Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll discover together le subjonctif. Okay, so it's quite important, and then as usual when we introduce a mode or a tense, then we'll divide the video in two parts. The first part will be l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif, and then the second part will concern la formation, so how do we construct this subjonctif. But let's first see l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif. And so we'll use le subjonctif when we want to express une obligation, une volonté, une possibilité, un doute, un sentiment, une appréciation, un jugement. Okay, so that's the idea. So if you want to express une obligation, something you have to do, une volonté, something you want to do, une possibilité, possibility, un doute, a doubt, un sentiment, a feeling, une appréciation, appreciation, and then un jugement, judgment. So in these cases, we'll use after this verb le subjonctif. Okay, so let's see first une obligation. So for example, we'll have this verb falloir and then the construction falloir que. So you will see that when we talk about le subjonctif, each time we will have after the verb, we will have que, and then the following verb will be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so that's the concept. All right, so for instance, if we have a look at these sentences, so falloir, it's to need, to have to, okay? Il faut que tu écoutes, all right? Il faut que tu écoutes, all right? And then in that case here, so we'll see a bit later, of course, how to make it, but still, you've got this verb, écouter, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Il faut que tu écoutes. Il faut que les étudiants travaillent. All right. Il faut que les étudiants, and then here you've got the verb travailler, to work, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, so far it doesn't look that difficult, because if you look carefully, it looks like something that we encountered a long time ago when we started to learn French, maybe Unit 1 or Unit 2, okay, but then we'll see that a bit later. So, une volonté, something you want to do, and then, well, the verb that normally we tend to use is the verb vouloir, vouloir, to want, okay? Vouloir que will be followed by le subjonctif. For instance, je veux que mon frère vienne me voir, all right? Je veux que mon frère, my brother, here you've got the form la subjunctive form of venir, venir to come, me voir, see me, okay? And then, le directeur veut que les employés arrivent à l'heure. So, le directeur, the director, veut que les employés, the employees, arrivent, to arrive, à l'heure, on time, okay? And in that case, arriver, to arrive, here, it's the subjunctive form, okay? So, une possibilité, possibility, so let's see what we've got. The structure could be être possible que, okay, to be possible. Hein? Donc, être possible and then que, as usual, remember. So, for instance, il est possible que mes amis viennent ce soir. Okay? Il est possible que, so it could be translated like, it is possible that, okay? Mes amis, my friends, and then venir here, to come, so this form here is the subjunctive form, ce soir, tonight. So in that case, you should put your verb here at the subjunctive. Un doute, a doubt. So let's see what we've got. And the structure, so être sûr, to be sure, okay? But then, of course, you should put the negative form of this to be sure. So, ne pas être sûr que, okay? Because you want to express a doubt. So, je ne suis pas sûr qu'il parle anglais. Okay? So, I'm not sure that, and then, il, he, parler, to talk, to speak, anglais, English, okay? And here you've got your verb parle, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Let's see the next one. Un sentiment, a feeling, okay? So for this sentiment, let's see what we've got. So we could have avoir peur que, okay, to be afraid that. Avoir envie que, well, it could be translated as to want, okay, to fancy. Être désolé que, to be sorry, that. Être content, to be happy, satisfied, que. Okay, all right. For these structures, then you should make a subjunctive after. So they should be followed by une forme subjonctive. Okay, and then let's see une appréciation. Une appréciation, for instance, we could have this préférer, to prefer, préférer que, okay. Aimer mieux, mieux is better. Aimer, to like or to love, better that, okay. Aimer mieux que, and then these structures should be followed by une forme subjonctive, okay. And then un jugement, judgment, so it could be c'est important que, it's important that, il est dommage que, il est regrettable que, and they should be followed by a subjunctive form. All right? Be careful. The following verbs: croire, to believe; penser, to think; trouver, to find, especially when you express your opinion, okay, to find, I find that; être sûr, okay. So these verbs are normally followed by the indicative form. So all the tenses we saw so far, okay. But then when you put these verbs at the negative form, then they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, so keep that in mind. So croire, penser, trouver, être sûr. If you want to use these verbs and put them at the negative form, they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay, let's see now how we'll make this subjunctive form. And so the tricky thing normally when we talk about the subjunctive is that you will have two different parts, okay. So the important thing is that you must know by heart, of course, the present form, so of the verb that we saw a long time ago, okay. So because the idea is that you will have to use this il at the plural form here, okay, and this form of the present will help you to build the forms of the subjunctive for je, for tu, for il, for elle, for il, and for elle. Okay, so the form of your verb at the present, at the third person of the plural, will help you to construct the subjunctive form for all these persons here. And that's the difficulty because, of course, for nous and vous, well, you will have to use the nous form of the present to construct nous and vous. And that's the tricky thing of the subjunctive. So that's the reason why in many cases students tend to say that, oh my god, it's too difficult. It's just because we've got two different ways of making, well, the form for je, tu, il, elle, and elle, and then nous and vous. But then don't be afraid because in most of the cases you will see that it's quite easy, all right? So you know what? I will take a tricky verb. Just to start, we'll take a tricky verb, and after that you will think that the rest is really easy. So let's take prendre, for instance. And so as I told you, the idea is to take the present form of the verb, okay? And the first one, so that we should take is the plural, so third person of the plural, and it goes like ils prennent, okay? Prendre is to take. Ils prennent, so that's the present form, okay? For ils. And then we've got nous prenons, okay? Because remember, we're using this nous prenons form. We'll use it for nous and for vous of the subjunctive, okay? So we can spot first the ending, because we know that ENT is the ending for il, and then ONS is the ending for nous. And of course, what we'll do is we'll take them away. So we'll put the endings away and we'll keep only this first part here and the first part here. And so what we'll do is we'll take this first part, okay, so the part that we took away from this il form, all right, and then we'll put je. Je, so we take it back, have a look, it goes here, and we put the ending. The ending for will be for je, sorry. The ending for je will be okay? The ending for tu will be es. The ending for il, elle will be and the ending for il, elle at the plural form will be ent, okay? If you look carefully, it's not that strange. I mean, these endings are quite common, and we've been encountering these endings, you know, previously. If you think about the present form, then it looks a bit familiar, okay? So, je prenne, tu prennes, ils prennent, elles prennent, ils prennent, et elles prennent. Then phonetically, as usual, remember, we've got only one form here. It is exactly the same form, so we pronounce it the same way, but of course, as usual, we write it differently, okay? So keep in mind that ending for je is ending for tu is es, ending for il, elle is and ending for il, elle at the plural form is ent, okay? So it's the first part, okay? Because if you remember, we had as well this part from nous, okay? And as I told you, the difficulty of the subjunctive is just because we will have a difference of construction for nous and vous. And so, in that case, we'll take this first part here, we put it here, and we put the ending I-O-N-S, ion. And the ending for vous is ie. So we get nous prenions, vous preniez. All right, so if we think carefully, ending I-O-N-S for nous, I-E-Z for vous. Okay, if you remember, it looks quite familiar because it's the ending as well for the imparfait form that we saw a while ago. Okay, so let's have a look now, the full thing. So, que je prenne, que tu prennes, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent, que nous prenions, que vous preniez, qu'ils prennent, qu'elles prennent. And this is the reason why students are a bit worried usually at the beginning, just because, as we saw, we've got two constructions, two different constructions. So for the first part here, and the second part for nous and vous. Okay, but I took this special verb, prendre, to take on purpose because I thought that it was quite difficult. So, you know, now you can see the way to make it. And after that, well, first we'll see back again one more time the ending. So es, ions, iez, ent. All right, but then now we'll see the verbs from the first group, so regular groups ending with er. After that, we'll see the second group, regular group ending, verbs ending with er. Remember, not all the er verbs, but still. After that, we'll see verbs from the third group. After that, we'll see irregular verbs. And then finally, we'll finish with être and avoir. Okay, so let's see now the first group, and you will see that it's quite easy because we get que je parle, que tu parles, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, que nous parlions, que vous parliez, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle. All right, this is the subjunctive, and it's quite interesting because if you take the time to look at it, que je parle, it's exactly the same form as the present form. Que tu parles, same thing. Qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, exactly the same thing as the present form. And then qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, same. It's like the present form. Que nous parlions and que vous parliez, it's exactly the same thing as the imparfait. All right? So normally, and that's the thing, if you watched all the videos, especially the video concerning the present tense and the imparfait, well, you know this subjunctive form already. Let's take a second verb. Que j'écoute, que tu écoutes, qu'il écoute, qu'elle écoute, que nous écoutions, que vous écoutiez, qu'ils écoutent, qu'elles écoutent. And it is exactly the same thing. This is like the present, like the present, like the present, and like the present. This is like the imparfait, and this is like the imparfait. Okay? Parler is to speak or to talk. Écouter, to listen. All right? So now let's see how it goes for the second group. All right? So second group, I took the classic example, finir, to finish or to end. Que je finisse, que tu finisses, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse, que nous finissions, que vous finissiez, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse. Okay, so you can see that, well, you've got the endings es, ions, sorry, iez, ent. All right. And then, que je choisisse, que tu choisisses, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse, que nous choisissions, que vous choisissiez, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse. All right. So the good thing is that for the second group of verbs, well, basically you don't have any difference, any major difference between the je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, and il, elle. You've got the same first part, okay? You just need to put the endings after. All right. So third group now, and I took the verb partir, que je parte, que tu partes, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte, que nous partions, que vous partiez, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte. Same thing here, not really difficult because anyway, it is exactly the same form. You just need to add at the end the endings. Parte, 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 partions, partiez, parte. Let's take another example. The verb mettre, to put, que je mette, que tu mettes, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette, que nous mettions, que vous mettiez, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette. So you can see that for these verbs, it's exactly the same thing. So actually, the first part will stay the same. You just need to put the endings according to what we saw previously. So es, ions, iez, ent. Okay, but then of course we've got some irregular verbs because we're talking about French language. So let's start now. And so the verb faire, to do, will become que je fasse. Okay, so here you've got the ending, and so it does mean that this first part will stay the same. You just need to change the endings. Que tu fasses es, qu'il fasse etc., etc. All right. Savoir will give you que je sache. Okay. Same thing here. Is here, but then of course you will take it away, and after that you will put the endings that we saw: es, ions, iez, ent, according to the person, of course. And then pouvoir, can, will give you que je puisse. Exactly the same thing here. You take the away, and then you put the endings according to the person. Okay, so remember, faire, to do, que je fasse, savoir, to know, que je sache, pouvoir, can, que je puisse. All right? And then, well, of course, as I did put that, I forgot that. Ending es, ions, iez, ent. Of course, we've got some more tricky verbs, and aller is usually one of them. Aller means to go. Have a look. Que j'aille, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous allions, que vous alliez, qu'ils aillent, qu'elles aillent. Okay, sorry, I did forget the feminine form here. Okay, so que j'aille, listen to me, aille, okay, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous, and that's the difference here, allions, allions, okay, que vous alliez, okay, I don't make the liaison just for you to listen carefully, allier, okay, so if you want to make the liaison, que vous alliez, okay, and then qu'ils aillent, and the feminine form, qu'elles aillent, all right, and so the other tricky verb is vouloir, want, que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. All right? Same thing here. We'll have a quite important difference between the je, tu, il, and nous, vous. Okay? Que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. And of course, we'll finish with être and avoir because they are usually quite tricky. Être, so to be, will give you at the subjonctif que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, so as usual, good news is that soit, and then soit here. You write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. Okay, and then soyons here for nous, soyez for vous. So I repeat, que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. And last but not least, avoir, to have, que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Alright, so same thing here, est, and est. Phonetically the same, but try to remember how to write them, okay? And then ayons, ayez. So let's read them one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Okay? And that was it for the subjunctive. Don't worry, we'll make other things regarding the subjunctive. I think that it's quite important, so I will prepare for you special things and just to see the difference of use between subjunctive and indicative. But if you're not sure, don't be afraid to watch this video one more time. And then more videos can be found there, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le passé du subjonctif. So remember, in the previous video, we saw le présent du subjonctif. And in that video, or in this video, we'll discover together how to make this past form of the subjunctif. Okay? So as in all the videos I've been making for the tenses or the modes, then it will be divided in two parts. The first part, l'utilisation, or l'emploi, when do we use it? And then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct this passé du subjonctif? Okay, so let's start with l'utilisation. And so remember that we will use this passé du subjonctif to express, of course, something that happened in the past, but then the expression of le regret, la satisfaction, la désapprobation, and la surprise. Okay, so if you want to express this regret, satisfaction, désapprobation could be translated as disapproval, and then surprise. Okay, so the first one, regret. Okay, let's have a look at it. And we've got these structures. C'est dommage que, okay, it is a pity that, okay, and then if you continue with a past structure, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Dommage que, well, exactly the same thing, but then it's more spoken because you've been dropping the subject and the verb, okay? So you can use that orally. in maybe not in formal situations, it would be better to use this c'est dommage que, okay? And then regretter, to regret, que, okay? And after that, you should put this passé du subjonctif, of course, if what comes after should be at the past form, all right? Then we'll see la satisfaction, okay? So here are the structures that we could use. C'est bien que, it is good that. Je suis content que, I am happy that. Or then, just as we had previously, content que, okay, so you just drop the subject and the verb, and then in that case it's more spoken, less formal. And ça me fait plaisir, it pleases me, that, okay, so if you want to introduce something in the past after, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Désapprobation, and so we could have this ça m'ennuie que, it annoys me that, ça m'agace que, it bothers me that, je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that, okay, and the same thing, what's coming after, if you want to express something in the past, then it should be le passé du subjonctif. And last but not least, la surprise, the surprise. C'est bizarre que, bizarre, strange, it's strange that. Je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that. C'est drôle que, it's funny that. And if you want to express something after, at the past, it should be le passé du subjonctif. Okay, so now we'll see how to make this passé du subjonctif. And first, well, the best way will be to have a look at, well, this first sentence, que je mange, and it is the subjonctif présent form, okay? And the second one, que j'ai mangé. This is le passé du subjonctif. Second example, que tu regardes. Same thing here, you've got the subjonctif présent, and que tu aies regardé, here you've got the subjonctif passé. And the third example, qu'il aille, so it's the verb aller, to go, and it's the subjonctif présent. Qu'il soit allé, and here we've got as well le subjonctif passé. So if you have a look at it, first, what can you spot? You can spot that first here and here, you've got avoir, okay, the subjonctif présent form. And then after that, you've got this participe passé here and here. And here we've got être, and after that we've got the participe passé form. So from what you see, and so especially now this is unit 10, so I assume that you've been watching the previous videos that we've been making or I've been making concerning the composed tenses, and maybe here you can see that actually this passé du subjonctif will be constructed like all the composed tenses that we saw so far. So first avoir, and then it should be at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. Or in some cases, you will use être at the subjonctif présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. So it's quite interesting because this passé du subjonctif is not really tricky when you think about the way it is made, okay? Because it will follow exactly the same rules as we've been seeing so far. So first, if you're not sure, you put avoir, okay? But then definitely you should know the conjugation of avoir at the subjonctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé, and you'll get your subjonctif passé. Remember, for être, as usual, we're talking about exceptions, and here they come. Aller, to go. Arriver, to arrive. Descendre, to go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to enter, to come in. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. Venir, to come. All these verbs will be requiring être at this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And then, of course, as we saw previously, all the reflexive verbs, so se regarder, s'appeler, for instance, se présenter, they will require être. So as long as you've got these verbs, you know, se something, then you should keep in mind that you will have to construct them with être. And of course, they will behave a bit differently because you will have to add little things, but we'll see that in this lesson, don't worry. Okay? So now we should definitely review one more time the subjunctive present form of avoir and être, because these are the first forms that we will use to construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And so avoir goes like que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, so remember one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. All right, and then être will go like que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, and then one more time, just for the fun. Que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. All right, so try to remember them by heart, because especially if you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, these forms are the first one that you will have to put, okay? Normally the second part, well, at this point you should start to remember them. This participe passé form should be quite okay, but then don't worry, we'll work on that, okay? Because, well, the thing you get to remember when it comes to the participe passé form is that for the first group of verbs, or regular verbs ending with er, it will be quite easy, because if we take the verb parler, to talk, to speak, so it's ending with this er, and then this participe passé will be parler with the accent. Okay? Regarder, to watch, same rule, it will end with this accent aigu. And then even aller, you know, this tricky verb from the third group, aller means to go, even this one is quite easy when it comes to the participe passé, because it will be aller. Second group of verbs, not all the er, remember, but then regular, and they're quite easy to make, because the verb like choisir, to choose, so ending with er, will become choisi. Okay? Finir, to finish, to end, will become fini. All right? And then unir, to unite, will become uni. All right? So er will become i. Of course, the third group of verb is quite tricky. I've been making a video regarding this participe passé thing, so if it's not clear for you, I would advise you to watch this video. But then, well, some subgroups, but of course they don't include everything. But so far, let's do that. So u, connaître, to know, will become connu. Okay. Voir, so oir, will become vu, u. All right. So i, partir, will become parti. Rire, so ire, will become ri. Okay, and then the it, phonetically you pronounce i because final t is not pronounced, but still. Écrire, to write, écrit. by the way, partir is to leave, rire is to laugh, okay? So écrire, to write, will become écrit. Dire, to say, will become dit. All right, and then es now, final s not pronounced, but still you need to write it. Mettre, for instance, E-W-T-R-E, will become mi, es. Prendre, E-N-D-R-E, will become pris. All right, but then if you're not sure, as I said, watch the video because it will be useful. And then let's take the verb parler as we had, and let's put the passé du subjonctif form. So it goes like that. Que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. All right, so as we saw, first you put avoir at the subjunctive present form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get here a beautiful passé du subjonctif. Okay, and if you noticed, I've been putting this accent aigu in orange just to show you that in normal structures like this one, when you've got first the subject and after that the verb, you shouldn't put anything after your or at the end of your participe passé. So even if like here the subject is feminine, nothing comes after. Okay, so que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so that's the passé du subjonctif for the verb parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, but then, of course, we've got some tricky things, and if you remember from the past tenses that we saw, it's exactly the same rule. If we take, well, these verbs that will require être, like you see here, qu'il soit allé. Okay, remember we saw that aller needs to be conjugated with être, like here, qu'il soit allé. So here, aller will end with accent aigu like that. But then if we put the feminine form, so qu'elle soit allée, it will be exactly as we saw for all the other composed tenses. You will have to put at the end of your participe passé the mark of the feminine. And at the end is the mark of the feminine. If you've got the plural, like here, il at the plural form, so soit, and then aller, well, you should put the mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé, and s is the mark of the plural. And last but not least, if you've got, like here, the feminine plural, so qu'elle soit allée, remember to put at the end of your participe passé first the mark of the feminine, so then the mark of the plural, s. The good thing, as usual in French, is you will pronounce it aller, 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 and aller. So technically you don't pronounce the final you don't pronounce the final s, and you don't pronounce the final es, but still you should write them. Okay, so let's see now the full thing for aller, and it goes like that. Que je sois allé, okay, I won't make the liaison just to make it more clear, okay, que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right, and now with the liaison, because I know that you want them. Que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, remember, no liaison when we've got these two. Qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. All right? And then now we can see these famous verbs, reflexive verbs, okay? So the one that we saw with the se something, okay? Que je me sois présenté, Okay, so it will go like that. Que je, and then remember for these reflexive verbs, you've got to put this me, so for je, me sois présenté. Okay, que je me sois présenté, que tu te sois présenté. Okay, so we'll have to add this te. Qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée, que nous nous soyons présentés, que vous vous soyez présenté, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée. All right, so remember here, so you've got the option of the feminine. Same thing here. So here the masculine because it's il, he. Here you get the feminine because it's elle, she. All right. Here you get the plural form, and then masculine plural, so accent aigu s, and then accent aigu es for the feminine plural here, qu'elle se soit présentée. Okay? All right. So if there is one thing to remember, it is the following. If you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, first you will have to put avoir at the subjonctif présent, then your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. In all these exceptions that we saw, être, subjonctif présent, and the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé form. And that's it for le passé du subjonctif. If you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll see together le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So it will be one of few videos that I wanted to make regarding le subjonctif. So we've been introducing le subjonctif in the two previous videos. And then we'll see in this lesson and in the coming lessons when do we use this subjunctive form, because that's normally one of the big questions that students ask me. Okay, and so this first video will concentrate on le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So let's discover together when do we use le subjonctif. So we will use le subjonctif after bien que. Okay, bien que. À supposer que. Ok, à supposer que. En admettant que. En admettant que. Avant que. Avant que. Ok, so let's repeat them. Bien que, à supposer que, en admettant que, avant que. Okay, so keep in mind, after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue now. Encore que. Encore que. Quoique. Quoique. De crainte que. De crainte que. De peur que. De peur que. Okay, so one more time. Encore que, quoique, de crainte que, de peur que. And then remember, after these expressions, we will use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. À condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, all right, so one more time, à condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, and remember, after these expressions, you will use le subjonctif. De sorte que, pour que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, okay, one more time, de sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, and then remember, after them, you will use le subjonctif. Jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, one more time, jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, and remember, after these, you will use le subjonctif. And that's it for this first part of le subjonctif, and it was avec les conjonctions. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website www.imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye, au revoir et à bientôt. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon D. And in this video, we'll discover together le subjonctif. So we'll continue because we've been seeing that in the previous video as well. But then if you want to express l'opinion, le doute, or la possibilité, then with these things, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, opinion, doute would be doubt, and then possibilité, possibility. Okay, so let's see together when are we going to use le subjonctif, and we are going to use le subjonctif after these expressions. So, il est douteux que. Okay? Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. Il est peu probable que. Okay, so one more time. Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. And remember, after these little things, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue now. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. And after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. Il est juste que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. And all these expressions will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? So we continue. Accepter que. Okay? Accepter que. Douter que. Douter que. S'attendre à ce que. S'attendre à ce que. Détester que. Détester que. Chercher, and then something, qui, and after, it will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? So, one more time. Accepter que, douter que, s'attendre à ce que, détester que, chercher qui, okay? And that will be followed by le subjonctif. All right? I hope it was clear for you. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. And if you want more material, www.imagier.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 10, leçon E. And in this lesson, we'll see together, well, if you want to express les sentiments et les émotions, so sentiments, feelings, and emotions, in many cases, you will have to use le subjonctif, okay? And we'll see together all these expressions that will normally be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il est étonnant que. Il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. Il est bizarre que. Il est rare que. Il est rare que. Okay, one more time. So, il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. And then, il est rare que. Remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Il est regrettable que. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. Il est surprenant que. Il est dommage que. Il est dommage que. So one more time. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. And il est dommage que. And remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue. Il est utile que. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. Il est inutile que. Apprécier que. Apprécier que. Avoir peur que. Avoir peur que. Être étonné que. Être étonné que. So one more time. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. Apprécier que. Avoir peur que. Être étonné que. Will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Avoir honte que. Avoir honte que. Se réjouir que. Se réjouir que. Être content que. Être content que. Être heureux que. Être heureux que. Être triste que. Être triste que. So one more time. Avoir honte que. Se réjouir que. Être content que. Être heureux que. Être triste que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Être désolé que. Être désolé que. Être surpris que. Être surpris que. Déplorer que. Déplorer que. Redouter que. Redouter que. Craindre que. Craindre que. So one more time. Être désolé que. Être surpris que. Déplorer que. Redouter que. Craindre que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Détester que. Détester que. Aimer que. Aimer que. Adorer que. Adorer que. Regretter que. Regretter que. So one more time. Détester que. Aimer que. Adorer que. Regretter que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. So I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, imagier.net, and it's right here if you want more material, or if you want to send me a little message, it would be nice. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll continue our big thing regarding le subjonctif, and in that case we'll see, well, when you want to express what we call les conseils, les désirs et les ordres. Okay, so conseil could be translated as advices, désir, desires, and then ordre, orders. Okay, so we'll see expressions that will require le subjonctif after them. Okay, so let's start now, and the first one is il vaut mieux que. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. Il est nécessaire que. So remember, one more time. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. And they will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's continue. Il faut que. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. Il est urgent que. OK? One more time. Il faut que. Il est normal que. Il est temps que. Il est à souhaiter que. Il est urgent que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. OK? And it continues. Demander que. Demander que. Éviter que. Éviter que. Exiger que. Exiger que. Désirer que. Désirer que. Interdire que. Interdire que. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Demander que. Éviter que. Exiger que. Désirer que. Interdire que. And all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Tenir à ce que. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. Aimer mieux que. S'opposer que. S'opposer que. Commander que. Commander que. Donner l'ordre que. Donner l'ordre que. One more time. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. S'opposer que. Commander que. Donner l'ordre que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Ordonner que. Ordonner que. Permettre que. Permettre que. Préférer que. Préférer que. Empêcher que. Empêcher que. Proposer que. Proposer que. One more time. Ordonner que. Permettre que. Préférer que. Empêcher que. Proposer que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Recommander que. Recommander que. Suggérer que. Suggérer que. Vouloir que. Vouloir que. Souhaiter que. Souhaiter que. One more time. Recommander que. Suggérer que. Vouloir que. Souhaiter que. And remember, they should be followed by le subjonctif. And that's it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website imagier.net is also waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon G. And in this lesson, it will be the last lesson regarding the subjunctive and especially when do we use the subjunctive. So if you didn't watch the previous video, sorry, I definitely advise you to do so. But then this one will concentrate on les structures à la forme négative. So remember, structures in which the verbs will be at the negative forms, and we'll discover, well, these structures. Okay, so the first one is il ne paraît pas que. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. So we've got this me like that just because it would be possible to put someone else. Il ne te semble pas, il ne lui semble pas, etc. Okay? Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Okay, so one more time. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ça continue. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. Ce n'est pas que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. Ne pas espérer que. And now I will make the liaison. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. Ne pas savoir que. Okay, so one more time. Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. And all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Hope it was clear. More videos on youtube.com/imagier, and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon H. And in this lesson we'll see together le participe présent. Okay, and so, well, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one, when do we use it? So l'emploi, okay, and the second part, how do we make it? So la formation. All right, so we'll first start with the l'emploi. So how do we, or when do we use this participe présent? One of the first and most common way to use le participe présent is to construct what we call le gérondif. And then le gérondif, normally you will write it or you will construct it with la préposition en, like that, and you will put your participe présent form, so the form that we'll discover in this video, okay? And the idea of this gérondif is just to express two actions, so des actions simultanées. So two things are taking place at the same time, okay? So you've got this gerundive form that you can use to express this thing. For instance, il marche en écoutant de la musique. Okay, so it's in red, this écoutant, just to show you that this is what we call le participe présent here. So first you get this en and then écoutant. So il marche, marcher is to walk, so he's walking. En écoutant, okay, and remember, so if we use this gerundive form, as I said, we want to express the fact that two things are happening at the same time. Écouter is to listen, okay, so il marche, he's walking, and he's listening to some music, so il écoute de la musique. And in that case, well, you use en écoutant, and then you want to express the fact that it's happening at the same time. Il marche en écoutant de la musique. Alright, so that's the first use of this gerundive form. The second use is, of course, to use or to express two actions, donc des actions simultanées, but then in that case, it's possible to write or to construct that without this preposition en, but keep in mind that it's in most of the cases you will use these structures when you write, principalement à l'écrit, okay? Normally, if you want to use it orally, you will use this gerundive form, so the form that we saw previously, okay? But then it's possible to use it like that, so think about that, and it's mostly if you want to write it. So, regardant le frigo, okay, regarder is to watch or to look, frigo, the fridge. Elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so she tells herself, if you want, that she must go and buy some food. Donc, regardant le frigo, elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so in that case, when you put this participe présent here, well, clearly it's because you want to say that this first thing here and the second thing here, well, they are happening at the same time. Okay, but keep in mind that this structure is when you write. If you want to use it orally, then in that case you should use this preposition en first and then use this form that we call gerundive that we saw a few minutes before. Okay. And then the last use of this participe présent is if you want pour remplacer une subordonnée relative. Okay, so we saw previously les pronoms relatifs. Okay, so if you don't know what une subordonnée relative is, I definitely advise you to try to find les pronoms relatifs, and it will be more clear. And so we can, you know, take this example like with qui. Les personnes qui parlent, all right, so in that case, les personnes qui parlent, so the persons who are talking, speaking, okay, so in the first one, well, you've got this pronom relatif, qui, and then you've got the verb, okay, but it's possible to replace this qui parle with le participe présent, so you will get les personnes parlant. All right, so it's the last use that we've got of this participe présent, and it's quite common. It's not really rare. I mean, we tend to use it quite normally, as well, when you write or when you talk. Okay, so it's quite useful to know how to, well, make it and then when to use it. Okay, and so that's what we'll discover in the second part. So how do we make this participe présent form? It is quite easy, especially at this level now, because you will have to, well, first know the new form of the verb at the present time, so at the present tense, sorry. Nous parlons, okay? And then if you remember, this ONS ending is usually the ending for nous, so first you need to spot it. Then you will take it away, so we keep this P-A-R-L part, and at the end we will add A-N-T. Alright, so we get here this participe présent form. Okay, so remember, nous form at the present tense, and then you spot the ending ONS, you take it away, you get parle like that, and then you just add this ant at the end, and you will get this participe présent. Okay, so I took, just to start, this parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, and it's the first group, so it's actually quite easy to make. Let's see now. Second group, finir, to finish or to end, and so we get nous finissons, remember, the new form of the present tense, nous finissons, and it's exactly the same rule, so you spot or you try to find the ending here, it's ONS, okay? We'll do exactly the same thing, so we'll take it away, and we get finisse, like that, F-I-N-I-S-S, all right? And we just follow the same rule, so we just add at the end A-N-T, like that here, and we get finissant, okay? And this form is the participe présent. Okay, let's see now a verb from the third group. So normally third group, you know, just we've got the irregular verbs. So of course it's quite interesting to have a look at them. And then I just took the verb prendre. Prendre is to take. And then we get the form nous prenons. Okay, nous prenons. Exactly the same thing. So we spot this ONS. So the ending, we take it away and we get P-R-E-N, and after that we just add this A-N-T ending and we get prenant. Alright, so it's actually quite easy to make, especially if you master quite well the present tense. Normally at this level, you should. Okay, so let's see. Nous parlons, so you get parle, and participe présent, parlant. Nous finissons, finisse, and then you will get finissant. Then nous prenons, prenne, prenant. All right, but then of course, you know now French language, and we've got exceptions. But the good thing is that we've got only 3 exceptions. The first one is être, and it will give you étant. So étant will be the participe présent form of être. Être is to be. And then avoir, of course, to have, and you will get ayant. Okay, ayant will be the participe présent form of avoir. And the last one will be savoir. Savoir is to know, and we will get sachant. Okay, sachant. So étant for être, ayant for avoir, and then sachant for savoir. Okay, and well, this is it for le participe présent. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon I. And in this lesson we'll see le gérondif together. So we've been introducing that a little bit in the previous lesson in which we saw le participe présent, but then this video will be only for le gérondif. Okay, so I hope after that everything will be clear, and so we can start. So as usual, this video will be divided in 2 parts. The first one will be l'emploi, so when do we use it, and the second part would be la formation, how do we make this gérondif form. Okay, so let's start now with l'emploi. Okay, and so le gérondif, normally if you want to make or to construct this gérondif, you will first have to use la préposition en, and after that you will have to add your participe présent form. Okay, so this gérondif will express 2 actions that will take place at the same time, so action simultanée. All right, so the example is quite simple here. Il marche, okay, en écoutant de la musique. So you can see that in this sentence here, we've got first il marche, so he is walking, marcher is to walk. En écoutant, so here we've got this preposition en, as we saw here. That's the first part of your gérondif. And the second part here is the participe présent, écouter. So the verb écouter is to listen, and this is the participe présent form de la musique. So in that case, you just want to express that he's walking and at the same time he's listening to music. Okay, so il marche en écoutant de la musique. All right? So let's see now how do we make this gérondif. So remember, as we saw previously, first you will have to use la préposition en, then you will have to use le participe présent, and you will get a beautiful gérondif. Remember the way to make this participe présent form. Normally you will have to master the present tense, and normally if you take, well, if we take the example of parler, parler is to speak or to talk, okay, we'll get nous parlons at the present tense of, so the form should be at the nous person, and so you will actually spot here the ending ons, okay, and the idea is to take it away, so you get parle, and after that you will add ant, and you will get parlant, okay. This will be this participe présent form that you will have to add after your preposition en, okay. Second group, finir, to finish, to end, nous finissons, okay, and it will be exactly the same way to proceed. So we spot this ons, so the ending, we take it away and we get finisse, and after that we just add this ant ending and we'll get finissant. So this is the participe présent form. Third group, to take, prendre, nous prenons, present tense. Same thing here, we spot the ending, so ons, we take it away, we get prenne, and then participe présent will be prenant. Alright, so remember, nous parlons, parle, parlant, nous finissons, finissent, finissant, nous prenons, so prenne, and then prenant. Okay, so it's quite easy to make. Of course, we've got exceptions, only 3, and that's a good thing. The first one is être, to be, so it will give you étant, so this is the participe présent form. Avoir will give you ayant, avoir is to have, and then savoir, to know, will give you sachant. Okay, so only 3 exceptions, and it's a good thing in French, because normally we've got more exceptions, so only 3. Être, étant, avoir, ayant, savoir, sachant. Okay, so let's see now 2 examples. So I wanted to write them just to make it clear that, to make it sure that everything is clear. I will manage. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. Okay, so il mange, manger is to eat, et il regarde, regarder is to watch, la télévision, en même temps, the expression means at the same time. So in that case, in that sentence, it would be possible, of course, to write this sentence like that. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. But then, as we saw, and that's the whole idea of this video, we've got this gérondif form possibility just to avoid well, repeating this or using this en même temps, okay, and just to make it, well, shorter. So in that case, what we could do is we could, well, keep the first part, of course, il mange, all right, and then instead of il regarde la télévision en même temps, well, this en même temps will go away, because at the same time we don't need to repeat it, because, well, that's the whole concept of the gérondif, and then we just need to transform il regarde, all right, so it will become regardant for the participe présent form, and just before we'll put this preposition. So il mange en regardant la télévision. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing, but then, of course, the sentence is much shorter. And then, second example that we could have here, elle dessine et elle téléphone à son ami en même temps. Okay, so dessiner is to draw, téléphoner, well, to phone, à son ami, at her friend, en même temps, at the same time. Okay, so exactly the same thing, we just want to make the sentence shorter and lighter, so we'll keep first, of course, elle dessine, so the first verb should be here, but then here we've got et elle téléphone, so we should modify this téléphone and then put the participe présent form. So the participe présent form of téléphoner is téléphonant. Okay, before that we put la préposition en, and we continue the sentence à son ami. And that's it. Elle dessine en téléphonant à son ami. Alright, so I hope it was clear. More videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website www.imagier.net. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon J. And in this lesson we'll discover together something quite important because that's what we call the superlative. So the superlative in English it would be the most or the least. Okay, so we'll see how to make it in French. So first we'll see how to express this the most expression in English, and of course in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, le plus, the feminine form, la plus, and the plural form, les plus. Okay, so keep in mind that I don't pronounce this final S here, so we get le plus, la plus, les plus. Okay, and then if we want to express this, the least, in French it will be le moins, feminine form, la moins, and then the plural form, les moins. Okay, so le moins, remember when we combine this O-I-N together, we get the sound ouin, 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 okay, and we don't pronounce this final S. Le moins, la moins, les moins. Okay, so let's see now. Le plus, le moins, la plus, la moins, les plus, les moins. And normally, in most of the cases, they will be followed by whether an adjective or then an adverb. Okay, and in this video we'll see how to construct this superlative form, first with an adjective and after that with an adverb. Okay, so first part adjective, second part adverb, and then we'll discover in this first part les adjectifs. So how to construct un superlatif avec un adjectif. And I wanted to take some easy sentences just to make it as clear as possible, okay? And so this sentence is quite simple, but quite interesting if you have a look at it. Il est le plus grand. Okay, so this is le superlatif. We take the adjective grand, and it's tall, okay? Il est le plus grand. So have a look here. We've got le, just because we've got the subject here, il, okay? And it's masculine, singular, le, and then plus, and we put the adjective grand just right after. Okay, if you have a look at the feminine form, it's quite interesting because you've got elle, so she, elle est la plus grande. So the first thing that we've got to see is that we will use this la, okay, because it's the feminine form, so we should put la, it's the singular, feminine, so la, plus doesn't change. And have a look at your adjective, so grand. You will have to add this at the end of your adjective just to get the feminine form of your adjective, okay? Keep in mind that we've got some adjectives that change a little bit more than this one. If we want to put the feminine form, we saw that in a previous video, so if you want to have a look, you should use the search engine of the channel and use this adjective keyword, okay? And then if you have a look now at the plural form, ils sont les plus grands. Okay, so here we will put this plural form because we've got ils here, they, okay? So les plus, and then have a look at your adjective here, grand. Remember, we will put this final S at the end of the adjective just to mark the plural form. And for the feminine form here, so we've got the elles, so they, but the feminine form, elles sont. So les will stay the same, okay? So it's quite a good news because les will cover the plural, so whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, les here, okay? But then your adjective grand, of course, should first have this E mark of the feminine and S mark of the plural form. Okay, so let's see how they sound now. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. Okay, so phonetically, what you can hear is that this first form here for the masculine, grand, so you don't pronounce the final D, will be exactly the same as the plural form for the masculine, grand. you don't pronounce the final D, you don't the D here, and you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, so grand, and then same thing here, grand. And regarding the feminine form, you will pronounce it grande. Okay, don't insist on the final E, but then pronounce this D, grande, and then exactly the same pronunciation, grande. All right, so you don't pronounce this final S. Okay, so one more time. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. All right. So what if we put this least concept? So it would be il est le moins grand. So it will follow exactly the same rule. So first you will put this le just because it's masculine, and then you put your adjective after. Elle est la moins grande. Okay, keep in mind that you will have to put the feminine form of the adjective here, and then you will put this largest because the subject is feminine. Okay, ils sont les moins grands. Okay, for the plural, les, and then s at the end of your adjective. Elles sont les moins grandes. So les for the plural, and then s at the end of your adjective for the feminine plural form. Okay, let's see now if you want to construct this superlative form with an adverb. Okay, so il marche le plus vite. Okay, marcher is to walk, and vite means fast. Il marche le plus vite. All right. If you want to put the feminine form, elle marche la plus vite. So the good news here is that your adverb vite will stay exactly the same. So you don't need, and look for the plural, il marche les plus vite. You don't need to modify it. You just put it after this le plus or la plus or les plus. Okay? And then you don't need to put whether the mark of the feminine or the mark of the plural, it doesn't change at all. So, il marche le plus vite, elle marche la plus vite, il marche les plus vite, elle marche les plus vite. Okay, so it's quite simple, and then logically, for the least, il marche le moins vite, elle marche la moins vite, il marche les moins vite, elle marche les moins vite. All right, so exactly the same thing. Le for the masculine singular, la for the feminine singular, and then you've got les for the plural form. Moins, 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 and your adverb, and it doesn't change whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. Okay? Keep in mind that if you want to construct this superlative, and then after that you want to introduce what we call un complément, you will have to put de. So, the example here, il est le plus intelligent de la famille, of the family. It's exactly the same thing in French. We've got to use this complément de la famille. Okay? But then have a look here. Of course, as usual in French, when we combine this de and then the article le, it will become du. Okay, so il est le plus intelligent de la famille. So it's the feminine form here, de la famille. Elle est la plus grande du quartier. Quartier, neighborhood. Du quartier. So it's masculine. Okay? This is it for le superlatif. If you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier. And then the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll see le superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so le superlatif, remember it's the most or the least in English. Okay, we saw in the previous video how to construct it with an adjective or an adverb, and in that case here it will be a really short one, but still if we want to construct this superlative form with a noun, avec un nom, let's see how we'll make that. So it's quite simple because you don't really need to care about whether it's masculine, feminine or plural. You just put le plus de or le moins de, so the most, the least, okay? And after that you will put your noun. Okay, le plus de, le moins de, and then your noun. Okay, so let's have a look now how to construct it. C'est la ville, this is the town, où, where, il y a, there is, le plus de fontaines. Fontaines, fountains. C'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines. And then, c'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Voiture, car. So let's have a look at these two sentences. Sorry. The first thing that we've got to spot is, well, here it's le plus, and here it's le moins. So you don't really care whether it's masculine or if feminine or plural. You just put le plus, the most, le moins, the least. And then remember that you will have to put your preposition de right after, and have a look, because your noun, fontaine and voiture here, should be without any articles before. Okay, so c'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines, sorry. C'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Okay, and that's the way that you can use if you want to construct this superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so it's quite easy. I hope it was clear. More videos can be found here, youtube.com/imagier, and more material at the following address, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll see together how to construct these structures or sentences when you want to start with if. If, in French, it's si. Okay, so les structures avec si. So let's start now. The first option we'll have is if we want to express la possibilité. The second one, le désir. And the last one, le regret. Okay, so possibilité, possibility, désir, desire, and then regret, regret. And so we'll start with la possibilité. So if we want to express this possibilité thing, the first option we'll have is si, and it will be constructed with the présent, and it will be followed by le futur. Okay, so let's have an example here. Si tu viens à la maison, okay, venir is to come, à la maison, at home, nous ferons, so that's the future form of faire, so we will do, un gâteau, a cake. Okay, si tu viens à la maison, nous ferons un gâteau. All right, so that's the, well, first, construction that we could have, and in that case, it's si tu viens à la maison, so it's a possibility, nous ferons un gâteau. Second example, si elle achète une voiture, acheter is to buy, une voiture, a car, nous partirons en vacances avec elle. Partir, here, okay, to leave, and then you've got the future form, we will leave en vacances, in vacation, on the holidays, avec elle, with her. Okay, so you can see that in that case, you've got first here the present form, and it's followed by the future form. Okay, so this is quite easy to make. Okay, remember, si plus présent, then the future. We've got a second possibility if we want to express this idea, and it's si plus le présent followed by l'impératif. Let's have a look now. The first one. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas. Okay, and it's quite common to use this structure. So, si vous avez des questions, so avoir is to have. If you have des questions, some questions, n'hésitez pas, don't hesitate. Okay, and you can see that in that structure, well, we've got si, and then we've got the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay, second example. Si vous êtes pressé, okay, être, to be, and then pressé, in a hurry. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. And here you get prenez, prendre, to take. Un taxi, a cab. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. All right? So remember, it would be possible to use this si and then the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay? So keep in mind, if we want to express this possibility thing, the first one, si, and then the present form followed by the future, or si, and then the present form followed by l'impératif. second category if you want to express the desire, le désir. And then normally we will use si avec l'imparfait, and it should be followed by le conditionnel présent. Ok? Donc si plus imparfait and then conditionnel présent. Let's take one example here. Si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. Si je gagnais, gagner is to win, au loto, je ferais, it's the conditional form of to do, faire, okay? So I would do, okay? Le tour du monde. Okay, so I would travel around the world if you want, but then in French we would use this, je ferais le tour du monde. Okay, and then the idea is that here it's a desire, it's something that you would like to do, okay, but maybe it would happen, but you're not sure about that. Okay, so si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. And then the second example, si elle pouvait, elle prendrait une semaine de vacances. Okay, so here you've got this pouvoir form, can, and it's at the imparfait form, and it's followed by the conditionnel présent, prendre, to take, okay, une semaine, 1 week, de vacances, vacation, okay, holiday. So if she could, she would take 1 week off if you want, okay, or vacation week. But then in French, remember that we will construct this sentence first with si, and it should be followed by l'imparfait, and that's the rule. Then after that, you will put this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so this is normally the tricky construction, because in many cases students will start to make this si, and then as in it's the case in many languages, they would put this first the conditionnel présent, and then it would be followed by the conditionnel présent. But no, in French, keep in mind that si, then you'll put this imparfait form, je gagnais, elle pouvait, and after that you will put this conditionnel présent, je ferais, elle prendrait. Okay, and the last one, le regret. And only if we want to express this regret concept, then we will start with si, and it should be followed by le plus que parfait, and after that you will put hop, conditionnel passé. So this structure is really when you regret something. So it's over now. It's not possible to change anything because it's in the past, okay? But then, let's see one example. Si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris un café. Okay, and the main concept in that, with that structure, is that it's over, so it's not possible, so you just regret that. Si j'avais eu le temps, okay, so if you can spot this thing, it's avoir, and it's at the plus que parfait form. Okay, si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris, here it's prendre, to take, and if you have a look, it's at the conditionnel passé form, un café. Okay, let's see the second example. Si vous aviez vu le film, vous auriez pleuré. Okay, so here you have voir, okay, and it's the plus que parfait form. Vous auriez pleuré. Here you get pleurer, okay, to cry, and it's at the conditionnel passé form. Okay, so that's the classic structure that you can use if you want to express regrets, okay, with this if structure. Okay, well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll work together on what we call le discours indirect. So first we'll see a few examples just to make it clear and to discover what this discours indirect is. After that we'll see how to make it, so la formation, and the last part will be, well, we'll discover together the verbs that you could use to introduce this discours indirect, okay? But then let's start with les exemples, few examples, okay? And, well, it's quite interesting because I wanted to put simple, well, sentences here. Elle pense, penser is to think. Le vendeur est compétent, okay? Le vendeur, the seller, is compétent, competent. So it's of course it's possible to use a sentence like that, you know, elle pense, and then you put deux points and ouvrez les guillemets, le vendeur est compétent. What if I would like to transform this sentence and use this elle pense que, okay? So same thing in English, it could be she thinks or she thinks that. And that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. And the sentence could be transformed like that. Elle pense que, so she thinks that. And have a look, le vendeur est compétent. So it's quite easy in that case. And of course, I took on purpose a simple sentence to start, but then it's just to show you that, well, the sentence doesn't change that much. Of course, you will have to take this guillemets away and then deux points, so everything should go away, but then in that case, the sentence doesn't change that much. Elle pense que le vendeur est compétent. All right? But then, of course, if you have a look at a sentence like that, il dit, dire is to say, so he says, je veux prendre un café. So, je veux, I want, it's vouloir, to want. Je veux prendre, prendre is to take, un café, a coffee. I want to take a coffee. So if you want to transform this sentence, it will be a bit different, because in the first sentence it was quite simple, because you had this il and elle, but in that case, well, of course, you've got the je veux, and you need to transform this thing, so you need to adapt it, because here we've got the subject, so subject is masculine, and then it's at the third person, so il dit. So you will put this que, as we had previously, and you will need to change je, you will need to change it into il, okay, because that's the subject, il. The verb should be at the third person, so have a look here. First person it's with x at the end, third person is with t at the end. Prendre un café, well, it doesn't change. So normally it's the subject and the verb that will be affected if they are, okay? So in that case, il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. And of course, as usual in French, this que, if there is a vowel after, so remember this will have to go away. So you will get this qu'il. Il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so this is this discours indirect, so the indirect form of il dit je veux prendre un café. It will be transformed like il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so a third example, elle promet je viendrai ce soir. Okay, promettre is to promise, and then je viendrai, so I will come ce soir. Okay, and here elle promet, okay, que, so we should first have this que. Of course, as we had in the previous example, you must modify this je, okay? So we've got here the subject and it's feminine, so it should be the third person of the feminine, qu'elle, okay? Here we've got the future form, je viendrai, so you should put the verb at the future form as well, but then for elle, it will be elle viendra, and then ce soir doesn't change. Okay? Elle promet qu'elle viendra ce soir. So, if we want to discover, or not really discover because we saw that, la formation, so keep in mind that you will put first, well, the first sentence or the first part of the sentence, then que, okay, could be translated with that in English, and the rest of the sentence or the second sentence, okay, that you should, in some cases, modify. Okay, we're talking about the subject and the verb. Keep in mind that que, if it is combined, as we saw, with a vowel, will become que, like that. Okay, so needs to go away. So the classical example that we had was que and il, and it's becoming qu'il. It could be que and elle, and it will become qu'elle. Okay, or if we're talking about first names, first names that will start with a vowel, it will be exactly the same thing. Okay, and so now let's see the verbs that you could have or that you could use to introduce this discours indirect. Okay, and the list will start now. Affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire. Okay, so affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire, expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer. All right, so expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer, avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir. So, avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer. And the list could continue, but then still I wanted to introduce the main verbs that will require or that you could use to construct un discours indirect. Keep in mind that you will have to put this que after these verbs. Okay, so I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is right here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon N. And we'll see in this video, le discours indirect. So it's the second part of this discours indirect. And in that case, we'll see les expressions de temps. Just because, as we saw, normally in most of the cases, the things that will change when you want to construct this discours indirect are the subject and the verbs. But of course, if you're using this expression de temps, they will change, of course, and we'll see how they will change. So normally if you say aujourd'hui, so at the direct form, aujourd'hui, today, if you want to transpose that at this discours indirect form, it will become ce jour-là, this day, ce jour-là. Okay, so aujourd'hui is not possible to be used in this discours indirect form, but then you should use instead ce jour-là. Okay? Same thing, ce matin, this morning, you will use ce matin-là. Okay? Ce soir, ce soir-là. And then, en ce moment, at this time, en ce moment, should be à ce moment-là. Okay, so remember, aujourd'hui will become ce jour-là if you change a sentence and if you put it at le discours indirect. Ce matin will become ce matin-là. Ce soir will become ce soir-là. And then en ce moment will become à ce moment-là. Okay, let's see. Hier, yesterday. And so it will become la veille. Avant-hier, so the day before yesterday. L'avant-veille. Il y a 5 jours, so remember we've got this il y a structure to say this ago, So 5 jours, 5 days. 5 days ago, in French, it's il y a 5 jours. And then if you transpose this, il y a 5 jours, into this discours indirect, it will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, plus tôt, earlier. Okay, so hier will become la veille, avant-hier will become l'avant-veille, and then il y a 5 jours will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, and we can continue if you want with demain. Demain is tomorrow, and tomorrow will become le lendemain, the following day, le lendemain. Après-demain, after tomorrow, and it will become le surlendemain. Okay, and dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, later. Okay, so keep in mind that demain will become le surlendemain if you change your structure into this discours indirect. Après-demain will become le surlendemain. And then dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, 5 days later. Okay? That was it. It was simple and short, and I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon O. And in this lesson, we'll see together le discours indirect, les modifications dans la phrase. So, we saw together in the 2 previous videos this discours indirect, so the way to construct it, and then few modifications that can happen when you make this discours indirect. So if you didn't watch the previous videos, I definitely advise you to do so because it will be more clear. But then still, what we can do is we can do a really fast overview and review of the discours indirect because, well, the discours indirect is basically if you've got, well, one sentence like that, elle pense, le vendeur est compétent. Okay, penser is to think, she thinks, le vendeur, the seller, est compétent, is competent. Okay, so in that case, it's possible to have this kind of structure, okay, but then if you want to combine these 2 sentences into one, you can just modify it, and that's what we call the discours indirect in that case, because you will get elle pense, so she thinks, que, that, and then you continue your sentence. Le vendeur est compétent. Okay, so in that sentence it's quite simple because, well, if you have a look at the first structure we've got here, and then the second structure we've got here, it doesn't change that much. You only need to add this que, and then you will remove few things, but then no main changes into your second part or this part of the sentence. Okay, but we'll see that in this video, of course, in some cases, when you switch or when you modify and you make this discours indirect, well, you will have some quite important modifications in your sentence, okay? But then, well, the rule goes like you will first have the first part of the sentence, then you will have your que, okay, that, and then the sentence will continue. Okay, so that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. So it evolves around this que thing, and then remember that, of course, as usual in French, if we've got vowels coming after, then this will have to go away. Okay, so let's see now one first example. Il dit, okay, dire is to say. He says, je pense que le film est bon. Je pense, so penser, I think, that le film est bon. Okay? So if you want to modify this sentence, of course, you will have to change it a little bit because it's not possible to say il dit que je. Okay? So the subject, it's not possible to continue with je in that case because you will have to modify it and adapt it. So in that case, it should be il. Okay? Il pense que le film est bon.
All right, so that's the only thing that you will have to modify, so it's not really difficult, but keep in mind that, of course, if the subject goes like that, so je, of course, you will have to modify it and, well, put it according to the first subject here, so il dit. Okay, let's see now a second example. Il dit, je te regarde. Okay, so same thing, so il dit, to say, so he says, je te regarde. So if you remember, we saw these pronouns before, so I am looking or watching you, okay, but then in French we put these pronouns before the verb, okay, and it's interesting because in that sentence, of course, you can notice that we will have to modify this first je, pronom personnel, and then, well, probably we'll have to modify this te as well, okay, because I look or I watch or I look at you, okay, this you must be changed, of course, if we switch it to the indirect discours, okay. So let's see now, and it's quite interesting because in that case, if you get the sentence just like that without any previous informations, whether this te is for a boy or a girl, then it can be quite tricky because we don't really know, and we'll have two options. The first one, il dit qu'il, okay, so this il is the je that you modified, or you modify according to il here, okay, so it must be the same. And then it can be le if the person is masculine, so if he's looking at another person who is a man or a boy, so in that case it should be le, il le regarde. Okay, and then the second option, well, it's almost the same, but if you look carefully, il dit qu'il la regarde. Okay, and in that case it would be a woman or a girl, okay, according to what was, well, previously said. So in that case, we really need to know before whether we're talking about a boy or a girl, a man or a woman, okay, because if we don't, then it can be tricky to modify and put this discours indirect, because we won't have any clue whether it's le or la. Okay, another example, il dit je présente ma proposition. Okay, so here same thing. So yeah, if I translate the sentence, it's quite, well, simple. So dire is to say, we saw that previously. Je présente, présenter is to present. Ma proposition, my proposition or proposal if you want. Okay, je présente ma proposition. So in that sentence, we know, of course, because we've been seeing that in the previous examples, that je will have to change. And then in that case, we assume that this ma, so adjective possessive, will have to change also. And let's have a look. So, il dit qu'il, okay, so exactly the same thing that we saw previously, présente, and then you will have to adapt, of course, this adjective possessive, so it won't be the first one, so ma, my, okay, but it will be, well, ça, so third person of the singular. Okay, remember that in French we will put this feminine form ça just because the word it is connected to, so proposition, is feminine. All right, okay, so il dit qu'il présente sa proposition. Il dit je vous présente ma proposition. So it's almost the same sentence as we had previously, but then I wanted to introduce this vous. Okay, so another pronoun. Je vous présente ma proposition. Okay, so as we saw previously, je will change, so ma will change as well, and then probably this pronoun will change as well. So let's have a look. Il dit qu'il, okay, we saw that. Présente sa proposition, we saw that as well. And then vous, okay, which is this pronoun, okay, pronom complément d'objet indirect, je présente à vous, okay. In that case, you will have to modify and to put that at the third person of the plural. Il leur présente sa proposition. Okay? Il dit qu'il leur présente sa proposition. Il dit je vais parler à mes parents et je vais les inviter. All right? So here it's quite interesting as well because, well, if you have a look, je, of course it will change. Vais parler à mes. This thing normally should change as well. Je will be the same. It will change as well. And then it will be interesting to see whether this les will change. So what's your opinion? And let's have a look. So il will change. So je is becoming il. Mais is becoming c'est. Je is becoming il. But then here it doesn't really change because you are just referring to mes parents, and in that case it was already the plural form les invités, so it doesn't need to change at all. Okay, so il dit qu'il va parler à ses parents et qu'il va les inviter. All right. I know it can be, or it can look a bit difficult at the beginning, so don't worry, because it's not really easy, and that's just a fact, okay? But you will see that if you practice, then it should be quite okay. But then, well, you know, it's step by step, so no stress, no pressure. We'll continue, so if you want more videos, of course, you can go to youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found there, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon P, and it will be the last lesson regarding this discours indirect, but it's a quite important one because we'll discover in this video les modifications de temps. Okay, so let's start now. So I wanted to first show you this simple example, because if we've got this sentence, elle te répond, je suis d'accord. Okay, so répondre is to answer, te, it's for you, so she answers to you. Je suis d'accord. Okay, so in French, this je suis d'accord is I do agree. Of course, in that situation, if we want to transpose this first structure at this discours indirect, it's quite simple because you just need to put back all your elements. So elle te répond, it doesn't change, okay? Que, that, remember, that's the key thing of this discours indirect. Que, that, but then in that case, needs to go away because we've got a vowel after. So qu'elle, so je will have to be transposed to elle, of course, because the subject here is elle. Est d'accord. Of course, the verb is changing as well, okay? But it's actually quite simple in that case because we've got, if you look carefully, in the first structure here, it's the present form, and here it's the present form. So, I mean, no big changes, and that's the main thing. So, in that case, you don't really need to worry. You put back all your elements, you just modify them if necessary, and that's it. You've got your discours indirect structure. Okay? If you've got the same thing, you know, with here, the future. Elle te répondra, je suis d'accord. So, here, it's the future. It's répondre, to answer, but at the futur simple form. And in the second part here, it's the present form. And let's have a look. And you'll see that it's not really difficult because it doesn't change that much. Elle te répondra, so we put back these elements here. Qu'elle, okay, as we had previously, because it doesn't change here, it will be that, okay, que, but then you take the e away. Of course, you will have to modify this je and put it in here with elle est d'accord. The verb, if you look carefully, will stay at the present form. Doesn't need to change here. Even if we've got the future here, it will stay at the present form in the second part here. Okay, so the thing is that for the present and the future, so if the verb that introduces this structure, this structure indirect, discours indirect, is at the present form or the future form, then the good news is that you won't have to modify anything after it. Okay, so that's the rule. That's the rule. If the verb that introduces this structure is at the present form or the future form, then you don't modify the verb after, which is a quite good news. But then, of course, it's French language, and we've got to think that if we've got, so it will be it's the common structure that we will have. So verb introducteur, and then after that we've got the phrase, the sentence. Okay, if you've got this first part here at the passé. Okay, so it's the past here. Passé means past. And when I write past, well, basically it could be imparfait, passé composé, passé simple, all the past tenses that we saw so far. Well, if this first verb is at the past, then the rest of the sentence, or the rest of the structure here, will have to be modified if you want to put that at the discours indirect. And that's what we'll see in this video. Okay, so the first example is if we've got this verb introducteur at the past form. Okay, and for all the examples I will put this first part at the passé composé. Okay, so it will be easier that way. Okay, so if we get the second part here at the présent, well, this part will have to change, and well, the verb introducteur will stay the same, but it will, I mean, this présent form will be at the imparfait. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. So, as I said, first verb, I did put that at the passé composé form, and it will be always the same for all the examples. So I will keep the same sentence and I will keep the same verb, and it will be at the passé composé. Elle t'a répondu, je suis d'accord. So we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously when we had the present present or then future present. In that case, so as we saw, we've got passé composé and then present form. And if you remember what I just told you previously, then the rule goes like that. This first part doesn't change. It is still at the passé composé form. But the second part here, so your present form will be changed and you will have to put the verb. So it's the verb to be, it's être. You will have to put it at the imparfait form. That's the rule. Okay, don't need to think why, how, etc. No, just put it at the imparfait. Okay, and you get the sentence. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle était d'accord. All right, so this is the way that you should follow if you want to make this discours indirect. And in the first part you've got, well, the past, and in the second part you've got the present form. Okay, so let's see now. How do we do if we've got, well, still the same thing, so the passé, and we've got in the second part le passé composé? Well, of course, the first part will stay the same as we saw, but then this passé composé form will become plus que parfait. And let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, j'ai été d'accord, okay? And so, j'ai été, this is the passé composé, j'ai été d'accord. So that's the thing that we'll have to change, and we'll have to modify it and put it at the, like here, elle avait été. We'll put that at the plus que parfait. So we get, elle t'a répondu qu'elle avait été d'accord. Alright, so remember, the first part doesn't change. Elle t'a répondu. Sorry, you don't need to modify it, you don't need to change it. But then the second part, so, ait été here, passé composé, will become avait été here. So it's the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see now another possibility. If we've got, so still the passé form in the first part, and then if we've got this futur simple form in the second part, then this futur simple will change and it will become futur du passé. So it's a strange thing because we tend to call that, you know, futur du passé, but well, technically it's conditionnel présent. All right, so that's the way you will have to maybe remember it. Oops, the accent was in the wrong direction. It should be like that, okay? But anyway, it's the conditionnel présent form that you will have to put here. So let's have a look now. Elle t'a répondu, je serai d'accord, okay? So we do agree that, well, it's still the same here, passé composé, and in the second part here, je serai, so it's still the verb to be, but then remember, it's the futur form, okay, this futur simple. Je serai d'accord. And so it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord, okay? They look quite similar, but keep in mind that this form here is the conditionnel présent form, okay? Elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord. And so let's see now if we've got, so still in the first part, the past, because that will be the whole thing of this video. And we've got this futur antérieur in the second part. And this futur antérieur will become what we call, and it's still the same thing, quite interesting, futur antérieur du passé, but then technically it's the conditionnel passé. Okay? Elle t'a répondu, j'aurais été d'accord. Okay, so here, what do we have? First, as usual, we've got this passé composé. J'aurais été d'accord. Here we've got this futur antérieur form. And it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle aurait été d'accord. So still the same thing. Keep in mind that it looks a little bit like this form, but still it is quite different because it's what we call conditionnel passé. Okay? So now, if we've got the futur proche in the second part, this futur proche will become aller, and it should be at the imparfait form plus l'infinitif. And so, elle t'a répondu, je vais être d'accord. So keep in mind that when we talk about this futur proche, well, it's aller anyway, but in that case, it's at the present form. Je vais, I am going to be, okay, je vais être, we have to make the liaison, je vais être, so I am going to be, and in that case, well, as I said, you know, it's the present form. If you want to transpose that at the discours indirect, so as we saw, this first part doesn't change, but this second part here, so elle allait être d'accord, that's the only thing that will change. So you will have to put your verb aller here, and it will be at the imparfait. Elle allait être d'accord. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle allait être d'accord. And last but not least, if you've got in your second part the passé récent, so this recent past, then it will be still the same structure, the same way to construct it. So Normally this passé récent is constructed like that, venir de, but then it's at the present, and in that case it will be modified like we had previously for this near future, le futur proche. It should be at the imparfait form. Okay, so let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, je viens d'être d'accord. Okay, so this is what we call le passé récent. So it's the verb venir, and here it's the present form. Okay, and you will have to modify it and to put it at the imparfait form here. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. Okay, so the only thing that you will have to modify, it's this verb here, venir. So when you've got this passé récent, it's at the present form. It will be here at the imparfait form. Okay, elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. So I know it may sound strange and difficult, but then keep in mind that, well, I did this thing. If you put it at the present and the future, so remember it doesn't change at all, okay? But then if you want to have this first verb at the past form, so that's when it will become tricky. So keep in mind that if you've got this structure, so first verb at the passé form, and then the second verb, it is at the present form, okay? So when you will modify this structure and you will put this discours indirect, so remember, présent, as we saw, will become imparfait, okay? Then if you've got passé composé, so still in the second part of the structure, it will become plus que parfait, okay? If you've got the futur simple, so as the second structure, it will become what we saw, futur du passé. If you've got futur antérieur, so in the second part of this structure, it will become futur antérieur du passé. If you've got futur proche, it will become, well, like le futur proche, but then the only thing that you've got to modify is aller. You should put this verb at the imparfait and then the rest of the structure. If you've got the passé récent, then the only thing, like we had for the futur proche, the only thing you will have to modify is the verb venir, and you should put that at the imparfait form. Then don't forget the preposition de and your infinitive after. Okay, so I know it is difficult, but then, well, it's quite important, and especially we tend to use it quite easily in French. Okay, so if you're not sure that it was clear, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and then the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 10, leçon Q. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les verbes avec que that will be followed by l'indicatif, just because normally at this level, after having introduced le subjonctif, many students tend to think that each time we've got a verb that will be constructed with que, it will be automatically followed by the subjunctive form, which is not the case, okay? So we'll see in this video what category of verbs will be constructed with que, and then they will be followed by l'indicatif, okay? And these verbs normally will express la certitude, and then l'opinion, or la déclaration, okay? So certitude, when you are certain or sure about something, l'opinion, when you express your opinion, your point of view, and then la déclaration, if you want to declare something. Okay, so we'll first start with la certitude, and so we'll see the verbs, not all the verbs, of course, but then we'll have few examples, and then you will, after that, of course, when you encounter a new verb, try to see whether it's constructed with le subjonctif or then l'indicatif, and try to remember that. Okay, so the first verb or structure would be c'est évident que. C'est évident que.
c'est certain que. C'est certain que. C'est sûr que. C'est sûr que. Être sûr que. Être sûr que. Être certain que. Être certain que. Okay, so you can see that I've been, for this form and the second form here, I've been putting this just to put this option of the feminine form. Okay, remember, it would be written like that if it's for the masculine. But then if it's for the feminine form, then you should add at the end this but then phonetically it doesn't change at all. It will be exactly the same sound or the same phonetical thing that you will produce. Okay, so in that case, certain, it's quite interesting because you've got this A-I-N together and then they will produce this un sound. Okay, so it's nasal in your nose, un. Okay, if you add this at the end, then it will change the thing and then you will pronounce it n. Okay, so the masculine form, certain, the feminine form, certaine. All right, so let's see them one more time. C'est évident que, c'est certain que, c'est sûr que, être sûr que, so it was the masculine form and the feminine form is the same, être sûr que, okay, but in that case it will be different. Être certain que, this is the masculine form and the feminine form, être certaine que, okay, and then remember all these expressions will be followed by l'indicatif, okay, so we'll see now l'opinion. So if you want to express your point of view or your opinion, then the first one would be penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. All right, so let's see them one more time. Penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. Okay, and so remember that all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay? And now the last part, la déclaration. So if you want to declare something, if you want to express something, then savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que. Okay, so one more time. Savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que, and all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Remember, it was only a short list of verbs, but then, of course, you can learn new verbs on your own. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 11, leçon A. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les verbes avec l'auxiliaire être. So if you remember, in some cases, for what we call composed tenses, you will have to use whether avoir or être. So in most of the cases, you will have to use avoir. But then in some cases, you will have to use this auxiliaire être. Okay? And, well, I've been doing some videos regarding this topic, but then I thought that maybe it might be useful to see, because there are many different techniques to remember the list of verbs that will require this être verb. And then here is one of them. and it's called Dr. A and Mrs. P. Van der Tramp. Okay, so it's a technique that apparently is used in English-speaking countries. Okay, so we'll see that it can be quite useful. I'm not really sure if it's working for everyone, but still, it's one technique. Okay, so the idea is that you will try to remember actually these names, and then each letter will represent one verb that will require this auxiliaire être. Okay, so let's start now. And so if we take the whole thing here and then we take only the first letter here, it's D, and then D will be for the verb descendre. Okay, descendre. Then after that, R will be for rentrer. Okay, rentrer. Then M will be for mourir, mourir. R will be for revenir, revenir. Then we'll have S, and it will be for sortir, sortir. P, passer par. Okay, passer par. Then V, venir. Okay, venir. After that, you will have A, and A is for aller, aller. N, naître, naître. Then you will have D, and they will be for devenir, devenir. E, entrer, entrer. Then R for retourner, retourner. T for tomber, tomber. R for rester, rester. Then A for arriver, arriver. M will be for monter, monter. And last but not least, P will be for partir, partir. Okay, so you have it. As I said, I'm not really sure if it works for everyone, but then it's one option, okay? Or then the other option will be, or would be, the classical list, and then you learn them by heart. I mean, that's one option. So let's see them one more time, okay? So the first one is descendre. After that, we'll have entrer, then mourir, revenir, sortir, passer par, venir, aller, naître, devenir, entrer, retourner, tomber, rester, arriver, monter, partir. And that's it. If you want more videos, then remember the channel is here, youtube.com/imagier. And if you want to like me on Facebook, oh, I would be so happy. Remember, it's on facebook.com/imagier.net. And then more material can be found there, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 11, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll see together what we call les homographes. So don't be afraid, don't be scared. It's actually not that difficult. When we're talking about this homograph thing, we're talking about words that will be written almost the same way. Normally they should be written the same way, but we'll see that we've got two cases that are a bit special, but then they are written almost the same way. But then according to the gender, so whether it's masculine or feminine, the meaning of the word will change. Okay, so we'll see the first one. The first one is immoral. Okay, immoral. And so you can see the meaning here in English. Okay, and so if we see the feminine form, and I wanted to start with this one because, as I said, in most of the cases they will be written the same way, but in that case you've got this at the end, which is silent, so you don't pronounce it. So clearly it is the same pronunciation for the two words, but then in that case it's feminine, une morale. Okay, and here is the meaning in English. Okay, so un moral, une morale. Okay, so let's see the second now. Un moule. Okay, and you've got here the meaning, un moule, and the feminine form, une moule. All right, une moule. Okay, keep in mind you pronounce them the same way, but then as you can see the meaning is different. Le physique, and here is the meaning, and then la physique, and you've got here the meaning. Okay, le physique, la physique. Un poste, and here normally, so post or position, we're talking about a job. Okay, un poste. Une poste, and here is the meaning. Un tour, okay, so actually this word has quite many meanings, so it can be turn, a turn, and other meanings as well. But then the good thing is that the feminine form, une tour, has only one translation, and it's here. It's our une tour. Okay, so un tour, une tour. And then un livre, une livre. Okay, so we're talking about the pound, so it can be well, the measurement for the weights, or then it can be as well une livre sterling, so if we're talking about the money. Okay, un mémoire, and then une mémoire, un capital, so here we're talking about money. Une capitale, so you can see that we pronounce it the same way, but as we had previously, you've got to put this at the end. Okay, un voile, une voile, and here with the sail, we're talking about the part of the sailing boat. And that's it. If you want more videos, then remember the channel is here, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net, and then the website is here if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll see together what we call les homophones. So it's actually quite interesting in that lesson. So we'll talk about words that you will write differently, but then phonetically, you will pronounce them the same way. And of course, they will have different meanings. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is un air. Okay, we'll make this little link between the two, un air. Okay, and here you've got the translation in English. And then you've got une aire. Okay, so you can see that you write it differently, but then clearly phonetically it's the same. Une aire. And this is the translation in English. Une amende. Une amende. And that's what it means. And then une amende. So here you can see that the only difference is here you've got and here you've got a. Okay, so amende, amende, and the meaning is fine. We're talking here about the nice little gift you will get if you break the law. Une amende. Une encre. Une encre. And then feminine as well, une encre. Okay, so you can see here that the only difference is a here and then here. Okay, so une encre and une encre, it's the same. Un bar. Un bar. And then une barre. Okay, so you can hear that it's exactly the same way that you pronounce, but then you've got r, and then e. Okay, une barre. Okay, so in that case it's this adjective, bon, and the meaning is good in English. Okay, bon, all right, and here we've got substantive, un bon. Un bon. Un bout. Remember, final T not pronounced. Un bout. Une boue. Okay, so here the only difference between the two is here you get T at the end and here you get E at the end. Une boue. Un but. Un but. Une butte. Une butte. Un sang. Okay, remember this G here doesn't exist, so un sang. And then here we've got this sans. Quite useful because it means without, sans. And we've got a third one, cent, written like that, and it's 100. Okay, so un cent, cent, cent. Un champ, un champ. Un champ. Un champ. So here it's quite tricky because if you look carefully, well, of course you pronounce them the same way because that's the topic of this video, but then masculine in both cases. So un champ, un champ. Un col. Un col. Une colle. Une colle. And that's it for this lesson. If you want more videos, then the channel is here on YouTube, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net, and then the website is here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll continue with les homophones, because actually I was thinking about doing 4 videos concerning this topic. So remember, when we're talking about les homophones, we're talking about all these words that we have in French that you will write differently but then pronounce the same way, and of course the meanings will be different. So that's the reason why it's quite important to take few minutes to try to see them and try to avoid any mistakes. Okay? Alright, so we'll start now. And the first one is un compte. Un compte. And here you will have the translation. Un conte, so exactly the same pronunciation, but then of course the meaning is different. Un conte. Un coup. And then un coup, alright? So you can see that you get this final P here, but then you don't pronounce it. And last, un coup, okay? Remember, accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it. Final T, same thing, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so un coup, and then un coup, the same pronunciation. Une cour. And then we've got the adjective court. And after that, un cours. And then un cours. Alright, so you can see that here you get the feminine, une cour, then you get the adjective court, un cours, un cours. Un cuir. And the verb cuire. Okay, so un cuir and then cuire. Une date. Une date. So it's quite interesting because in English it's written the same way. Okay, so in that case we're talking about the fruit. So une date, okay, and here une date. So 31 janvier, for instance, une date, okay. Une eau. And then the adjective eau. Okay, une eau, eau. Une fin. And then une fin. Okay, so phonetically the same. Un fil. Une file. Okay, so don't try to, well, don't mix it with une fille, okay, because you get the double L, but in that case you get only one, so une file, okay, un fil, une file. Lait. Un lait. Okay, so the only difference is the final thing here, D, you don't pronounce it, T, you don't pronounce it, so phonetically you only have this lait. Une mère. Une mère. Un maire. Alright, so mère, mère, mère. Alright, in both cases. Here you've got the feminine form and then here it's masculine. Of course, it could be feminine as well because mayor can be ladies as well. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, that's the channel. And then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And then more material can be found at the following address. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon E, and it will be the third video that will cover this topic, les homophones. So remember, we write them differently, we pronounce them the same way, and they have different meanings. Okay, so that's the thing. It is the third video, so the next one will be the last one covering this topic. Okay, so let's start now. Un maître, and so you will have the translation here. Un maître, and then un maître as well. Okay, so un maître and un maître, same pronunciation. Un moi, and then moi, me. Okay, so un moi and moi. Un mur, and the adjective mur. Okay, so un mur and mur. Un nez, nez. Okay, so un nez and nez. Un nom, nom. Un nom, nom. Un pain, un pain. Right? Un pain, un pain. Un père, une paire. Père. Okay, so in that case, we're talking about the numbers. All right, so père. So here, un père, une paire, père. Une pâte, une pâte. Okay, une pâte, une pâte. Une paume, une pomme. Okay, so you can see that I pronounce them a little bit, a little bit differently, but then we'll be careful that in many cases people will pronounce them the same way, okay, because in that case normally it should be a bit lower, pomme, and then here more open, so pomme, okay. Une pause, une pause. Okay, so une pause, une pause. Alright, that's it. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is here, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And if you want more material, then it's here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll finish our big thing with les homophones. So it's the fourth video covering this topic. Remember, les homophones, we're talking about words that are pronounced the same way but written differently, and of course the meaning is different. Okay, so we'll see 10 of them in this video. So let's start with the first one. Une peau. And here you have the meaning in English. Une peau. Un pot. Okay, so une peau, un pot. Un point. Un point. Alright, so you can see that here the only difference is the final letter, okay, but then they are pronounced the same way and both of them are masculine. Un point, un point. Un porc. Un porc. Okay, exactly the same thing here. Only the last letter is different. You don't pronounce it, and then both of them are masculine. Un porc. Un prêt. 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 Okay, so it's quite interesting here. So you've got un prêt written like that. So in that case, it's a substantive, so word, noun, and that's the meaning. Then you've got prêt like that, so final S, but then of course you don't pronounce it. And here, prêt, so the adjective. Okay. Une roue. Roue. Alright, so une roue, and then roue. Salle. Une salle. Okay, so even if you get the double L here, it will be still the same pronunciation as this one. So salle, une salle. So in that case, it's an adjective. Un seau. Un seau. Okay, so un seau, and then the same way, un seau. Sur. Sur. Okay, even if you get this accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it, so you get the same pronunciation, sur and sur. Une tente. Une tente. Okay, so it's exactly the same pronunciation, even if you get a here and here. Okay, and both of them are feminine. Une tente. Un toit. Toit. Okay, so in that case, we're talking about moi, toi, lui, elle, so we saw that a long time ago. Okay, and then both of them are pronounced like toi. Un toit, toi. And this is it. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is here and it's waiting for you. Like me on Facebook, I will be so happy. And then the website is here and it's waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 11, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll see together le préfixe il, so il. When we're talking about prefix, normally we're talking about, letters, a group of letters that you will put in front of existing words. And by adding these letters or group of letters, you will change the meaning or the original meaning of the word. Okay, and that will be the case with this prefix il. Okay, so let's see. And so normally if we're talking about this il prefix, then it will mean privé de sans. Okay, and this is actually what it means in English, so without or than, well, less. Okay, so that will be the meaning of this il prefix. Let's see 3 examples. So the first one here, légitime. Okay, so légitime. And then if you want to express, well, the without concept, then you will add this prefix il at the beginning, and then after that you continue with your original word légitime, and now you get illégitime. Okay, illégitime, légitime, illégitime. Second example, lisible. Okay, lisible, and then same idea, you just add this il in front, and then you get illisible, illisible. And the last one, légal. Okay, légal, exactly the same concept, you just add this il in front of légal and you get illégal. Okay, so of course you understood that we add this il here because the original word is starting with L. Okay, so that's the reason why you will have this I and then L. Alright, so légal, illégal. It was a short lesson, but quite interesting. We will continue with the following videos. We'll continue with this prefix thing, because I think it's quite important to try to cover them as much as possible. Okay, but then the video, more videos are there. Okay, and then like me on Facebook if you want, and more material can be found at the following address, www.imagier.net. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon H. And we'll continue with les préfixes. So we just made video before, and it was concerning the prefix il, and in this lesson we'll see le prefix im. Okay, so when we're talking about prefix, we're talking about letters that you will add at the beginning of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify the meaning of the word. Okay, so let's see now. And in this lesson, well, by adding this im at the beginning of existing words, in most of the cases they will start with p. Okay, just for your information, by adding this im you will modify the meaning, and it will mean privé de or sans. Okay, that is the result that you will get by adding this im. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one is pair. Okay, so the meaning is even, and then I just put some numbers to make it clear that we're talking about numbers. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so pair, and then if you want to express the without, so you will use this impair. Impair. So you put im, and then after that, the rest, impair. Okay? Pardonnable. Pardonnable. Same rule, same way of working, im in front, impardonnable. Impardonnable. Parfait. Parfait. Exactly the same. Imparfait. Imparfait. Pensable. Pensable. And then it goes all the time the same way. Impensable. Impensable. Poli. Poli. Impoli. Impoli. Possible. Possible. Impossible. Impossible. Précis. Précis. Imprécis. So you can see that it's all the time the same technique, so you just add this im in front. Imprécis. Probable. Probable. Improbable. Improbable. Prudent. Prudent. Imprudent. Imprudent. And that's it. Keep in mind that when you add this im at the beginning of all the words, you will get the nasal sound un. Okay, you don't pronounce the m, but it goes like un. Okay, so that's quite important to remember. If you want more videos, then it's here, youtube.com/imagier, and then please like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And more material can be found there, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon I. And in this lesson we'll still work on les préfixes, and in this video it will be le préfixe IN. Okay, so remember, when we're talking about préfixe, we just were talking about letters that you will put in front of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify the original meaning of the word. Okay, so in that case this IN préfixe will mean privé de or sans. Okay, privé de, sans.
And this en will be used when the original word is starting with a vowel or h plus une voyelle. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. And the first one is acceptable. Okay, acceptable. You will have the translation here in English, and it's not that difficult in that case. And if you want to express this privé de or sans, okay, without or less, then you will add this en as we saw first at the beginning of your word, then you will just add your word and you get inacceptable. Okay, acceptable, inacceptable. Achevé, inachevé. Okay, achevé, inachevé. Admissible, inadmissible. Admissible, inadmissible. Animé, inanimé. Animé, inanimé. Attendu, inattendu. Attendu, inattendu. Imaginable, inimaginable. Imaginable, inimaginable. Oubliable, inoubliable. Oubliable, inoubliable. Utile, inutile. Utile, inutile. And that's it. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is waiting for you, and it's here, Imagier. Please like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. So it's facebook.com/imagier.net, and then more material can be found right here. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 11, leçon J. And in this lesson, we'll see le préfixe IR, and the good news is that it will be the last video for this chapter of préfixe. Okay, so if you remember, when we're talking about préfixe, actually we're talking about letters, like in that case IR, that you will add at the beginning of an existing word, and by adding these letters, you will modify the meaning or the original meaning of the word. Okay, and in that case, when you will put this IR, and you will see that we're talking about words that will start with R, okay, but then you will modify the meaning, and the meaning will be privé de or sans. Okay, privé de or sans. So let's check 3 examples, and the first one is réel. Okay, réel, and then, as I said, you just add this IR, and then after that you put your réel again, and you will get irréel. Irréel, okay? Réel, and then irréel. Régulier, so as I said, remember they start with R all the time. Régulier, and then exactly the same technique, IR, and after that you put it back, irrégulier, okay? Régulier, then irrégulier. And the last one, résistible, résistible, and exactly the same way, IR, and you put it back, irrésistible, irrésistible. So, résistible, irrésistible. And that's it. And that's it. If you want more videos, then you know probably the channel. It's on youtube.com/imagier. Please like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net. And then more material can be found here, www.imagier.net. That's it. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir et à bientôt. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 11, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll see or we'll discover together le suffixe isé, I-S-E-R. Okay, so after having doing some videos regarding les préfixes, now we'll try to see a little bit what we call les suffixes. Okay, so les suffixes, actually, we're talking about these letters that you can put or you can add at the end of existing words, and by adding these letters you will modify it or you will change the meaning, or in that case we will change adjectives into verbs. Okay, so that's the whole idea of this video, and here we'll only focus on the adjectives that will end with al. Okay, al. And then, well, as we saw, we will just add at the end of these adjectives this ISER just to make a verb. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. And the first one is banal. Okay, so here is the meaning in English. Okay, so if we want to make a verb out of this adjective, then we only need to, as I say, put this ISER at the end, and then you will get banalisé. Banalisé, okay? So adjective banal, verbe banalisé. Brutal, and then we will get brutalisé. Okay? Brutal, and then you just add this ISER at the end, and you'll get brutalisé. Central, centralisé. Okay, exactly the same way. Central, and then the verb, centralisé. Égal, égalisé. Égal, égalisé. Général, généralisé. Général, généralisé. Légal, légalisé. Légal, légalisé. National, nationalisé. National, nationalisé. And that's it. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is waiting for you. It's Imagier, and then don't forget to like me on Facebook, facebook.com/imagier.net, and then the website is waiting for you if you want more videos, more material, whatever. And then don't forget to send me a little message. It's possible to send it right here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 11, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll see together, so it will be the second video that covered this topic, les suffixes. And in that case, in this video, we'll see le suffixe E-M-E-N-T, aimant, okay? And the idea is to, well, see how we can clearly come from a verb and to make from that verb a noun, okay? And so the idea is, we'll see that if your verb is ending with er, okay, so that's what we'll see in this video, but of course it doesn't, as usual when we learn French, it doesn't
concern all the verbs ending with er, okay, but actually the verbs that we'll see in this lesson will work with that concept. So you will actually need to take away this er ending, and you will replace it with the suffix, so this thing ement, okay, to get the noun. And you've got to keep in mind that the noun must express the action, okay, because you can have many nouns or many substantives, as we say, that will express different things, okay, but in that case, when you're going from the verb to this substantive, so this noun, it must express the action, okay. So let's see a few examples now. The first one, so amuser, okay, so you will have here the translation in English, okay. So, well, if we just respect the rule, so we take away this er, and then we will modify and we will put this suffix ement instead, and we will get this un amusement, okay. So amuser, un amusement. Changer, un changement. Changer, un changement. Commencer, un commencement. Commencer, un commencement. Se comporter, un comportement. Se comporter, un comportement. Développer, un développement. Développer, un développement. Gouverner, un gouvernement. Gouverner, un gouvernement. Grouper, un groupement. Grouper, un groupement. Rassembler, un rassemblement. Rassembler, un rassemblement. Traiter, un traitement. Traiter, un traitement. And that's it. So if you want more videos, remember the channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and please like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net, and then the website is here. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll end the series of 3 videos, I think, that we've been doing covering les suffixes, okay, and in that case we'll cover, or we'll see, le suffixe issement, okay, and the idea is to see how we could make nouns or substantives if we're starting from the verbs, okay. So let's see. The idea is that we're talking here about the verbs that will belong to the second group of verbs, so ending in er, okay. And the rule or the way to make them is that we'll take away this er, so the ending of the verb, and we'll replace it with the le suffixe issement, so issement, okay. So that's the rule. And then the only thing that we should keep in mind, because of course if we're talking about making substantives based on verbs, it's possible to have different type of substantives, but in that case the substantive, so the noun, must express the action, okay. And that's the only thing that you should keep in mind, okay. So let's see a few examples now. The first one, élargir, and so you can see here the translation in English, un élargissement. Okay, so you can see that as we saw,
You just need to take away this er from the verb and then you replace it with the issement, okay? And then you get the un élargissement, okay? So, élargir, un élargissement. Ralentir, un ralentissement. Ralentir, un ralentissement. Rajeunir, un rajeunissement. Rajeunir, un rajeunissement. Vieillir, un vieillissement. Vieillir, un vieillissement. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net and then more material can be found at the following address www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon N, and we'll start something quite big in this video because, well, I've been reading quite many things about, persons who want to actually tell the students that normally many words are common in English and in French, which is it's true, but we must be really careful about that because, of course, in many situations, people will say, that the EON words that exist in English will be exactly the same in French, and it's not the case. Sorry about that. It's not the case. So I've been working quite much on this topic, and I've been coming with a list, okay? And the list is quite big, so I thought maybe it would be interesting to try to cover them, but then in a fast way somehow, okay? So it will be the first. Here you can see the first video covering these EON words that are the same in English and in French. Okay, and so the rule is that, of course, EON, so you will have the same words in English and in French if the word exists in French, and that's the first thing. And then remember that in some cases, so will become E in French, so we'll put the accent, and then in some cases Z, so la lettre Z, will become la lettre S. Okay, all right, I didn't put the article, but then in most of the cases they are feminine. Okay, so let's start now. Abdication, ablution, abnégation, abolition, abomination, abrogation, absorption, abstention, abstraction, accélération, accentuation, acceptation, accession, acclamation, accommodation, accréditation, accumulation, accusation, acidification, acquisition, action, activation, adaptation, addiction, addition, adhésion, administration, admiration, admission, adoption, adoration, adulation, aération, affectation, affection, affiliation, affirmation, agglomération, aggravation, agression, agitation, aliénation, alimentation, allégation, allocation, allocution, allusion, alphabétisation, altération, altercation. And that's it for this first list of 50 words that are identical in English and in French. If you want more video, then the channel is here, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy, and then more material can be found here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon O. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos that will cover this topic, identical words in English and in French, okay? And in that video, we'll cover the EON, so we're talking about the endings here, words, okay? But then keep in mind that all the EON words in English won't be the same in French, okay? So the first thing that you get to remember is that if it exists in French, then it will be the same, and normally the meaning will be the same. Keep in mind as well that in some cases we'll have some differences in the writing, okay? So could become A, and then Z could become S, okay? But then let's see now. So it's the second part of the list. If you're interested by this thing, then remember that there was a previous video that covered 50 words. In that video, we'll cover still 50 words, and then if I remember correctly, the total amount is 500, okay? So, ambition, amélioration, amplification, amputation, animation, annexion, annotation, annulation, anticipation, apparition, appellation, application, appréciation, appréhension, approbation, appropriation, approximation, articulation, ascension, aspiration, assignation, assimilation, association, attention, atténuation, attestation, attraction, attribution, audition, augmentation, auscultation, aviation, bénédiction, bureaucratisation, calcification, calcination, calibration, canalisation, cannibalisation, capitalisation, célébration, cessation, cicatrisation, circulation, citation, civilisation, clarification, classification, coalition, cohabitation. And that's it for these 50 words. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. Like me on Facebook, I will be so happy. And then more material can be found at the following address, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 11, leçon P.
And it will be the third part of the series of videos that we started earlier, and the topic is identical words in English and in French, and in that case we'll cover the words that will end with EON. So the first rule that you've got to keep in mind is that if it exists in French, it will be the same, okay, but it's not all the time the case. All right, and then the second thing that you should remember that in some cases we'll write them a little bit differently. So you can see that in French will be E in some cases, and then Z here in some cases will become S. Okay, so let's see, and the list continues. Cohésion, collaboration, collation, collection, collision, colocation, collusion, colonisation, coloration, combustion, commémoration, commercialisation, commission, communication, communion, compassion, compensation, compétition, compilation, complication, composition, compréhension, compression, concentration, conception, conclusion, condition, confection, confédération, confession, configuration, confirmation, confrontation, confusion, connotation, consécration, conservation, considération, conspiration, consternation, construction, contagion, contamination, contemplation, contestation, continuation, contorsion, contraception, contraction, contradiction. And that's it for this series of 50 words. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you. Facebook page is online, and it's facebook.com/imagier.net. If you want to like me, I will be so happy. More material can be found there. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon Q. And in this lesson, we'll continue this long series of videos that will cover this theme, identical words in English and in French, and we'll especially focus on this video and the previous and the following videos on the words that will end with EON, okay? And then keep in mind that the first rule, it must exist in French. All EON words in English, they don't exist in French, okay? So, well, that's the first thing. And then remember that in some cases, we'll write them a little bit differently, okay? So that's the thing. And the list continues. Contravention, contribution, contusion, convention, conversation, conversion, conviction, convocation, coopération, coordination, coproduction, corrosion, corruption, création, crémation, criminalisation. Sorry, it's a difficult one. So again, criminalisation, cultivation, cumulation, désactivation, déception, décision, déclaration, décolonisation,
décomposition, décoration, déduction, définition, déformation, dégradation, dégustation, délation, délectation, délégation, délibération, démission, démobilisation, démocratisation, démodulation, démolition, démonétisation, démonstration, dénationalisation, dénaturalisation, dénigration, dénomination, dépigmentation, déportation, déposition, dépression, dérision. And that's it for this list of 50 words. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is waiting for you, youtube.com/imagier, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And more material can be found at this address, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon R. And in this lesson, we'll continue the thing that we've been starting 4 videos ago. So the topic is identical words in English and French, and we'll only focus on the EON, so the words that will end with EON in English, and that will be the same in French, but then keep in mind that, of course, it must exist in French, because it's not the case for all the words in EON. So be careful. That's the reason why I wanted to make this huge list, but then after that you'll know which one exists in French. And then remember that in some cases the word will a little bit change. So you get the example here. Will become A, and then Z will become S. Okay. Description, désignation, désolation, déstabilisation, destination, destruction, détection, détention, détérioration, détermination, détonation, d'évaluation, dévastation, déviation, diction, diffusion, digestion, dilatation, dimension, diminution, direction, discrimination, discussion, disposition, disqualification, dissociation, distinction, distribution, diversification, diversion, divination, division, documentation, domiciliation, domination, donation, dotation, dramatisation, duplication, ébullition, éclosion, édification, édition, éducation, élaboration, électrocution, élévation, élimination, élocution, élucidation. And that's it for this list of 50 words. If you want more videos, then it's youtube.com/imagier. Please like me on Facebook, facebook.com/imagier.net. And then more material can be found there, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 11, leçon S. And in this lesson, we'll continue with this huge topic, identical words in English and French, and we'll concentrate on the words ending with EON, okay? And then remember that the main thing with these EON words in English that it must exist, of course, in French, because it's not the case for all the EON words in English. And then in some cases, we'll have some modifications in the writing in French, okay? So let's continue with 50 new words. Émancipation, émission, émotion, épilation, équation, équitation, érosion, éruption, estimation, évacuation, évaluation, évaporation, évasion, évolution, exaltation, exaspération, exception, exclamation, exclusion, excursion, expansion, expatriation, expédition, expiration, explication, exploitation, exploration, explosion, exposition, expression, expulsion, extension, externalisation, extinction, extraction, extrapolation, fabrication, fascination, fédération, fiction, fixation, formation, formulation, fraction, fragmentation, frustration, fusion, généralisation, génération, glaciation. And that's it for these 50 words. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. Please like me on Facebook. This is the place where you can find me on Facebook. And then more material if you want, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 11, leçon T. And in this lesson, we'll continue this series of videos covering the topic identical words in English and French. And we'll only focus in this video on the words in English that will end with EON, because in many cases they will be exactly the same in French, but you should keep in mind that it's not all the time true. So first, well, the word must exist in French because it's not, the case all the time. Okay, and then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases, well, the writing of these words will change a little bit. Okay? Gratification, gravitation, habitation, hésitation, hibernation, hospitalisation, humidification, humiliation, idéalisation, identification, illumination, illusion, illustration, imagination, imitation, immersion, immigration, immobilisation,
immunisation, imperfection, implantation, implication, implosion, imposition, impression, improvisation, impulsion, inaction, inactivation, inattention, inauguration, incarnation, incinération, incitation, incompréhension, incorporation, incrustation, incubation, indécision, indexation, indication, indigestion, indignation, indiscrétion, indisposition, infection, inflation, information, infraction, infusion. And that's it for this list of 50 words. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. Please like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net. And then the website is waiting for you if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon U. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos we've been starting that cover the topic identical words in English and French. And in this video, we'll only focus still on the words in English that will end with EON, and that will be the same in French. So in some cases, persons tend to say that all the English words ending with EON are exactly the same in French. And I've been working on that at least quite much, and I can tell you that unfortunately that's not the truth. So the first thing that you should keep in mind that it will be the same if it does exist in French, and it's not the case all the time. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind that in some cases the writing of the words will change a little bit. Okay, let's start now. Injection, innovation, inscription, insertion, insolation, inspection, inspiration, installation, instauration, institution, instruction, intégration, intention, interception, interdiction, internationalisation, interpellation, interprétation, intervention, intimidation, intoxication, introduction, invasion, invention, investigation, invocation, irrigation, isolation, juxtaposition, légalisation, légion, législation, lésion, libéralisation, libération, limitation, location, locomotion, locution, lotion, malédiction, malformation, malnutrition, malversation, manifestation, manipulation, mention, migration, militarisation, million. And I just realized that I've been making a mistake here. It should be a 3 instead of 2, okay? Sorry, I won't make this video again only for these 2 little mistakes, okay? So that's it. Anyway, you've got your 50 words. And then if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier.
like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net. And then more material can be found at the following address: www.imagier.net. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon V. And in this lesson, we'll continue our series of videos regarding the topic identical words in English and French. And we'll especially focus on the words in English that will end with E-O-N. Okay, keep in mind that the first thing that you should remember is that it must exist in French, because all these E-O-N words in English won't exist in French. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases the writing will change a little bit. Let's start. Mobilisation, modération, modernisation, modification, motivation, munition, mutation, mystification, narration, natation, nation, nationalisation, naturalisation, navigation, négation, nomination, notion, objection, obligation, observation, occasion, opération, opinion, opposition, optimisation, option, orchestration, organisation, orientation, pacification, palpitation, partition, passion, pension, perception, percussion, perfection, perforation, perfusion, permission, persécution, persuasion, perturbation, pétition, plantation, pollution, population, portion, position, possession. And that's it for this list of 50 words. If you want more, then more videos can be found at the following address. And then you can like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And you can find more material at the following address: www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 11, leçon W. And in this lesson, we'll continue our series of videos covering the topic identical words in English and French, and especially the words that will end with E-O-N. Keep in mind that not all the words in English that will end with E-O-N exist in French, so it must exist in French, of course, to be used in this language. And then the second thing that you should keep in mind, in some cases the writing will change a little bit. Okay, so let's continue. Potion, précaution, précipitation, précision, prédiction, préméditation, prémonition, préoccupation, préparation, préposition, présentation, prévention, prévision, privatisation, procuration, production, profession, profusion, prohibition, projection, prolongation, promotion, proportion, proposition, propulsion, protection, protestation, provision, provocation, publication, pulsion, pulvérisation, punition, purification, qualification, ration, rationalisation, réaction, réactivation, réalisation, réclamation, récupération, rédaction, redécoration, redéfinition, rédemption, redirection, réduction, réévaluation, reformation. And that's it for this series of 50 words. If you want more words, then they can be found there, youtube.com/imagier, and then like me on Facebook. I will be really happy. And you can find more material there, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 11, leçon X. And in this lesson we will close this chapter, concerning identical words in English and French, and we were talking about the words in English that will end with E-O-N, okay? And that will be the same, but if they exist in French, because all the English words ending with E-O-N, well, they don't all exist in French. So that's the first thing that you should keep in mind. And then the second thing is that in some cases we will write in French these words a little bit differently. So few cases like here, would become E, and then Z would become S, okay? So let's continue. Région, régression, relation, relaxation, religion, rénovation, réorientation, réparation, répartition, répétition, reproduction, répulsion, réputation, résolution, respiration, restitution, restauration, restriction, réunification, réunion, révélation, révision, révolution, rotation, salutation, sanction, saturation, sécession, section, séduction, sélection, sensation, séparation, signalisation, signification, simulation, situation, spécialisation, spécification, spéculation, stabilisation, station, stimulation, soumission, succession, suffocation, suggestion, supervision, suppression, synchronisation, télévision, tension, torsion, traction, tradition, transaction, transcription, transformation, transition, transpiration, transportation, union, urbanisation, utilisation, vaccination, valorisation, vaporisation, variation, végétation, version, vibration, victimisation, violation, vision, vocation. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier.
then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. facebook.com/imagier.net, and then more material can be found at the following address, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 12, leçon A, and in this lesson we'll see together le corps humain, donc le vocabulaire concernant le corps humain. Le tube digestif. Le tube digestif. L'articulation. L'articulation. La bouche. La bouche. Le bras. Le bras. La cage thoracique. La cage thoracique. Le cerveau. Le cerveau. Les cheveux. Les cheveux. La cheville. La cheville. La clavicule. La clavicule. Le cœur. Le cœur. La colonne cervicale. La colonne cervicale. La colonne dorsale. La colonne dorsale. La colonne vertébrale. La colonne vertébrale. La côte. La côte. Le cou. Le cou. Le coude. Le coude. Le crâne. Le crâne. La cuisse. La cuisse. La dent. La dent. Le doigt. Le doigt. Le dos. Le dos. L'épaule. L'épaule. L'estomac. L'estomac. Le foie. Le foie. Le front. Le front. Le genou. Le genou. L'intestin. L'intestin. La jambe. La jambe. La joue. La joue. La lèvre. La lèvre. La mâchoire. La mâchoire. La main. La main. Le membre. Le membre. Le menton. Le menton. Le muscle. Le muscle. Le nerf. Le nerf. Le nez. Le nez. La nuque. La nuque. L'œil. L'œil. L'ongle. L'ongle. L'oreille. L'oreille. L'orteil. L'orteil. L'os. L'os. La paume de la main. La paume de la main. La phalange. la phalange. Le pied, le pied. La plante du pied, la plante du pied. Le poignet, le poignet. Le poing, le poing. Le pouce, le pouce. Le pouls, le pouls. Le poumon, le poumon. Le rein, le rein. Le sang, le sang. Le talon, le talon. La tempe, la tempe. La tête, la tête. Le thorax, le thorax. Le tibia, le tibia. Oops, I made a mistake here. It should be masculine. Sorry about that. Le ventre, le ventre. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. Remember, you can find more material at the following address: www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll see together what we call les abrègements de mots. And we'll only focus in this video on les abrègements de mots, but, well, the words that will end with O or the sound of O. Okay? So let's start now. Un adolescent, un adolescent, un adolescent, okay? And then in most of the cases when people will speak, they will use un ado, un ado. Okay, so un adolescent will become un ado. Un apéritif will become un apéro, un apéro. Okay, so un apéritif, un apéro. Une décoration, and it will become une déco, une déco. Okay, so une décoration, une déco. Une démonstration will become une démo, une démo. Une démonstration, une démo. Un dictionnaire will become un dico. Okay? Un dico. So one more time, un dictionnaire, un dico. Une exposition will become une expo. Une expo. Un hebdomadaire, so in that case we're talking about the magazine. Un hebdomadaire will become un hebdo. Okay? Un hebdo. So one more time. Un hebdomadaire, un hebdo. Un intellectuel will become un intello. Un intello. Okay, one more time. Un intellectuel, un intello. Un laboratoire will become un labo. Un labo. Personnel will become perso.
perso. Okay, one more time. Personnel, perso. Un professionnel will become un pro. Un pro. Okay, so un professionnel, un pro. Un propriétaire will become un proprio. Un proprio. Okay, so un propriétaire, un proprio. Un restaurant will become un resto. Okay, so you can see that here you've got another way of writing it, okay, but then, well, phonetically it's exactly the same, so un resto, okay, so whether with O or then with AU, but then it's resto, the same way, okay, so un restaurant, un resto. And that's it. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is waiting for you, youtube.com/imagier, and then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy, facebook.com/imagier.net. And then if you want more material, then it's right here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon C. And in this lesson, we will see les préfixes de verbs. So remember these little letters that you can put at the beginning of existing words, or in that case, it will be verbs. And by adding these little letters, you will modify the original meaning of the word. And in this lesson, we'll work on le préfixe D. Okay, and you'll see because, well, quite often I've been having some students that asked me, how do you translate in French, or is there a way to make this un that exists in English? So like do, undo, okay? And then the answer is yes. Actually, we've got this prefix D, okay? So it will actually be, well, the same. I mean, the use will be the same as in English, this un, or as well there is this for some verbs. So it will be exactly the same thing, okay? We've got this D, okay? Keep in mind that we will see in the next lesson, so it will be unit 12, lesson D. We've got the option of D accent aigu S, and we will see that so in the next lesson, but in this lesson we'll only focus on the D. Okay, so let's take an example now. We've got brancher, okay, and then débrancher. All right, so it's actually quite easy. You just put this D in front of the verb and then brancher. Brancher, débrancher. Centraliser, décentraliser. Okay, centraliser, and then it will become décentraliser. Charger, décharger. Okay, so charger and then décharger. Coiffer, décoiffer. All right, so coiffer, and then you put this D, and after the verb, décoiffer. Coller, décoller. Okay, so coller, and then it will become décoller. Commander will become décommander. Okay, so commander will become décommander. Composer, décomposer. All right, so composer will become décomposer. Conseiller will become déconseiller. All right, so conseiller, déconseiller. Couvrir will become découvrir. Okay, so couvrir, découvrir. Faire, will become défaire. Okay, so faire, défaire. Former, déformer. All right, so former, déformer. Placer will become déplacer. Placer, déplacer. Plaire, déplaire. Plaire will become déplaire. Ranger, déranger. Okay, so ranger, déranger. And that's it. So keep in mind that, of course, it doesn't apply to all the verbs, because in some cases it's not possible to modify the original verbs, okay? But then, well, this is quite useful because, as you can see, it's not that difficult, and then you could use these verbs quite often, okay? If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then like me on Facebook, facebook.com/imagier.net, and you can find a lot of things at the following address: www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll see what we call les préfixes de verbe, and we'll focus this video on this prefix D, accent aigu S. Okay, so actually I've been having many questions regarding, or from students regarding the translation of this un prefix in English. So like when you get do and undo, or this, because it could be this as well for some verbs. And we saw in the previous lesson that the first prefix that we should use is de. Okay, it was in the lesson, so unit 12, lesson C. Okay, but then this prefix will be used for the verbs that will start with a consonant. Okay, but then we've got also verbs starting with a vowel, or then the mute H plus a vowel, and then in that case we'll have to use D, accent aigu S. Okay, so in this video we'll see this D, accent aigu S, okay, and it will be used for, so the verb starting with a vowel, or then H, so H, but then muet, mute, okay, plus a vowel. So remember that we're not talking about all the verbs starting with H. And then we will have also the option of DES, so you can see that you don't have any accent here, and it will be used only for the verbs that will start with the letter S here, okay? So keep in mind, DE accent aigu S will be used for verbs starting with whether une voyelle or H muet, okay? And then DE without the accent, S, will be used for the verbs starting with S. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, s'abonner, s'abonner, se désabonner, s'abonner, se désabonner. Armer, armer, désarmer, désarmer. Okay, so armer will give you this désarmer. Avantager, avantager will give you désavantager, désavantager. Équilibrer, équilibrer will give you déséquilibré, déséquilibré. Okay, équilibré, sorry, déséquilibré. Espérer, espérer, désespérer, désespérer. Okay, espérer, désespéré. Habillé, habillé, déshabillé, déshabillé. Okay, so you can see that here, this H here, this letter is not pronounced. So habillé and then déshabillé. Intéressé, intéressé, désintéressé, désintéressé. Obéir, obéir, désobéir, désobéir. Organiser, organiser, désorganiser, désorganiser. Serrer, serrer. And so here you can see that the first letter is S. Okay, so if we respect the rule that we saw, we will put D, E, S, so no accent here, and we'll get this desserrer, desserrer. Okay, so we've got this double S, so it will open the sound of the here. That's the reason why I pronounce it like E. Desserrer, desserrer. Okay, serrer, desserrer. All right, and that's it. If you want more videos, then look at the YouTube channel. It's here. Like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And then more material can be found at the following address: www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon E. And we'll start a series of videos that will cover the subject, les préfixes et les verbes. And in this video, we will see actually the verb dire. You get the translation here in English, so dire, okay? And then we'll see that it's possible to add some prefixes, so it's possible to add some letters before this dire, and then by adding these letters, we will modify the meaning of dire, okay? So let's see. And the first thing that we've got here is contre, and then dire, okay? Contredire, contredire, and you can see that of course the meaning is changing. Contredire, okay? Then interdire, interdire. Prédire, prédire. Redire, redire. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you. Don't be afraid to like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. And it's right here. And then the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series that we've been starting of videos concerning the topic les préfixes et les verbes. So this video will only focus on the verb mener. Okay, this is the meaning of mener, okay? And we'll see that by adding few letters in front of mener, we will actually change the meaning of these verbs. So the original meaning of this verb, and this is right here, the original meaning. Okay, so let's see now. The first one is amener. Amener. Okay, and you can see here the translation. Then emmener. Emmener. Okay, same thing here. Ramener. Ramener. Surmener. Surmener. And then you've got a translation right here. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. I'm also on Facebook, so you can like me if you want. And then more material can be found at the following address, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll see or we'll continue our series of videos covering the topic les préfixes
et les verbes. And in this video, we'll see the verb lever. Okay, so this is the translation in English of lever, and then we'll see that by adding few letters in front of lever will actually change the meaning of this verb. Okay, so and the first one would be enlever. Enlever. Relever. Relever. Soulever. Soulever. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com is waiting for you. Like me on Facebook, I will be so happy. This is the address. And then more material can be found right here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon H, and we'll continue the series of videos that we've been starting regarding les préfixes et les verbes, and we'll see in this video the verb mettre. Okay, so that's the translation of mettre. Okay, mettre, and so we'll see that when we add few letters in front of mettre, well, in this case, actually, it will change the meaning, the original meaning of this verb. Okay, so the first one will be admettre. Okay, so admettre, and this is the translation in English. Admettre. Then we'll have commettre. Commettre. Then émettre. Émettre. And you get a translation here. Permettre. Permettre. Promettre. Promettre. Remettre. Remettre. Soumettre. Soumettre. Transmettre. Transmettre. And you've got a translation right here. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. It's waiting for you. You can like me on Facebook, and it's right here. And then the website is waiting for you. www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos that we've been starting, covering the topic les préfixes et les verbes. And in this video, we'll concentrate on the verb paraître. So this is the meaning of paraître. And the idea is that, of course, when we're talking about les préfixes, we will add few letters in front of paraître. And by adding these letters, we'll change the meaning of the verb. Okay, so let's see. The first one will be apparaître. Apparaître. And you've got here the translation in English. Disparaître. Disparaître. Reparaître. Reparaître. You get a translation right here. And this is it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. I'm also on Facebook, so you can click on like if you want. And then more material can be found right here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon J. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos that we've been starting, and the topic is les préfixes et les verbes, okay? So, and in this video, we'll concentrate on the verb passer. And here you have the translation in English. Okay, so the idea is that we've got this verb passer, and then it will be possible to add some letters, so that's what we call préfixe, in front of passer, and by adding these letters, well, we'll change the meaning, the original meaning
of the verb passer. Okay, so let's see how it goes. So the first thing, if we add this dé, okay, we will get the verb dépasser, dépasser, and here you have the meaning in English. Okay. Well, then we could add this re in front of passer, so we get this repasser, and then here is the meaning in English, repasser, okay? And it's also possible to add sur, okay? Surpasser, surpasser, and here is the meaning in English. And that's it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. And then don't forget to like me on Facebook. The address is right here. And the website is waiting for you if you want more material. www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos we've been starting earlier concerning les préfixes et les verbes. Okay, and in this video, we'll focus on the verb porter, and that's how it could be translated. Okay, so the idea is that we will add some letters before, and then by adding these letters, the original meaning of the verb will be modified. Okay, so let's see now. The first one, so if you add this ap, you will get apporter, apporter. Okay, that's actually a translation of this verb, apporter. Okay, then we can add C-O-M, so comporter, 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 okay, and that's the translation here. Or it could be se comporter, okay, se comporter. And you have here the meaning of this verb. Then it's possible to add em, so you will get the emporter, okay, emporter. And here is the translation. Exporter, exporter. Well, this one is actually quite easy to translate, okay? Exporter. Then it's possible to use this im in front, so importer, importer. Okay, you can hear the translations. Then it's possible to use this rap, so rapporter, rapporter. And also it's possible to use this rem, remporter, okay? Remporter, remporter. You can also add this sup in front of porter, supporter, supporter. You don't really pronounce the two or the double p here. Supporter. Or then it's possible to use this or to add this trans, transporter, transporter, transporter. You can also use this rap, rapporter, rapporter. So same thing here, you don't pronounce the double p. Rapporter. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, or then like me on Facebook. I will be so happy. www.facebook.com/imagier.net. Okay, and the website is right here and it's waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos that cover the topic les préfixes et les verbes. And in that video, we'll actually have poser. And so you've got the translations here. Okay, of poser. And so remember that, well, the idea is that we will add letters in front of poser. So that's what we call
prefix, and by adding these prefix, we will modify the meaning or the original meaning of the verb poser. Okay, so let's see now what we've got. So it's possible to add this com prefix, composer. Okay, composer. All right, and you've got here the translations of this verb. Composer. It's also possible to add the prefix d, accent aigu, d, and you get déposer. All right, déposer. And here you can find what it means in English. Okay, déposer. It's also possible to add the prefix entre, entre, and you get entreposer, entreposer, entreposer. Okay, and here is the meaning. Then it's possible to add this pro, proposer. Okay, proposer. Or then you can also add this reposer, reposer, reposer. Okay, and here you've got the translation. It's also possible to have, when we're talking about this reposer, well, this se reposer, se reposer, se reposer. This is it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then I'm also on Facebook, so you can click on like if you like me, and then more material can be found at the following address here. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 12, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos that we've been starting earlier, covering the topic les préfixes et les verbes. And in this video, we'll actually focus on the verb prendre. Here are the translations possible for prendre, okay? And the idea is that, of course, we're talking about prefix, so these letters that you can add before the verb, and by adding these letters, you will modify the original meaning of the verb. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, ap, so ap, you will get apprendre, apprendre, okay, you don't pronounce the double p, apprendre, so here is what it means, okay, apprendre. Then it's possible to put this com in front of prendre, and you will get comprendre, comprendre, okay, comprendre. It's also possible to use this entre, entre, entreprendre, entreprendre, entreprendre. It's also possible to use this reprendre, reprendre, reprendre. Okay, get translation here. Sur, surprendre. Okay, surprendre. And here is what it means. Okay, surprendre. This is it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you. Like me on Facebook, I will be really happy. Here is the address. And then the website, if you want flashcards, audio files, or many things, then www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll continue the series of videos that we've been starting that cover les préfixes et les verbes. And in this lesson, we'll concentrate on the verb tenir. And here is how you could translate this verb in English. Okay? So the idea is that it will be possible to add what we call prefix. So actually letters before this verb, and by adding these letters, you will modify the meaning, the original meaning of this verb. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. So the first one that we have, if you add the letters C-O-N, con, you will get contenir, 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 okay? And that's how it could be translated. Then it's possible to add this E-N-T-R-E, entre, and you will get entretenir, entretenir, entretenir. And here is the meaning. Okay, then it's also possible to add this M-A-I-N, main, maintenir, maintenir. Okay, and that's how you should, or you could translate it. It's also possible to use this R-E prefix, retenir, retenir, and that's what it means. And also S-O-U, soutenir, soutenir, okay, soutenir. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. Don't forget that I'm also on Facebook. You can always click on the like button, and then more material can be found right here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon O. And in this lesson, we'll end this series of videos that we started earlier regarding the topic les préfixes et les verbes. And the last verb that we will see together is venir. Okay, so you get the translation here. Okay, so venir, and then when we talk about les préfixes, well, we will talk about letters that we will add in front of venir, and by adding these letters, we'll change the meaning or the original meaning of this verb. Okay, so let's see how it will go. The first thing that we could add would be C-O-N, con, and then we would get convenir. Convenir, okay, and here you will see for each verb the translation in English. Okay, convenir. We also have the possibility to add D and E, devenir. Okay, devenir. It's also possible to add this I-N-T-E-R, intervenir, intervenir. Intervenir. And then we can also add P-R-E accent aigu, prévenir, prévenir, prévenir. Okay. We can add also this R-E, revenir, revenir, revenir. And so it's possible to add this S-O-U, sous, okay, and the verb is réfléchir, sorry, se souvenir, se souvenir, se souvenir. It's also possible to add this S-U-B, subvenir, subvenir, subvenir. And the last one, S-U-R, survenir, survenir, survenir. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. Don't forget that I've got a page on Facebook, so if you want to like it, then click on it. And then more material, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon P. And in this lesson, we'll discover together what we call identical words in English and in French, and we'll concentrate on the words that ends with AGE in English. And the first thing that, well, we should definitely keep in mind is that they will be the same, but if they exist in French, because it's not the case all the time, okay? So we've got few exceptions. We will have few modifications possible in French, of course. And the thing that you should keep in mind that in most of the cases, but not all the cases, we'll see that in this video, they will be masculine in French, okay? So that's one easy thing to remember. Of course, exceptions, but if you're not sure, then put the masculine form. In most of the cases, that will be the correct form, okay? So let's see them now. Un avantage, un âge, un arbitrage, un assemblage, un bagage, un bandage, un barrage, un blocage, un brassage, un bricolage, une cage. So this is one of the exceptions, it's feminine. Un camouflage, un carnage, un cartilage, un chantage, un collage, un concubinage, un cordage, un corsage, un courage, un cousinage, un découpage, un dressage, un entourage, un équipage, un espionnage, un forage, un fuselage, un gage, un garage, un héritage, une image, keep in mind, feminine, un langage, un lavage, un maquillage, un mariage, un massage, un ménage, un message, une page, feminine as well, un passage, un pelage, une plage, feminine, une rage, feminine as well, un ravage, un remariage, un rivage, un sabotage, un usage, un visage. And that's it for this list of 50 words. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you. Like me on Facebook, I will be so happy. Here is the address. And then if you want more material, then www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon Q. And in this lesson, we'll see the first part of a set of 2 videos, and the topic is almost identical words in English and in French. And we're talking about the words that will end in English with IC, like that. And in French, that's the reason why they are almost identical. They will end with IQUE. Phonetically, it will be exactly the same, so ik, ik, okay, but then we write it like that. Keep in mind that the first rule is that it must, of course, exist in French, and it's not all the time the case. And then in some cases, we will have few exceptions or modifications possible. Okay, so let's start. Académique, acoustique, acrobatique, angélique, aérodynamique, aéronautique, allergique, analogique, anarchique, antinomique, athlétique, antiseptique, arctique, argotique, aristocratique, arithmétique, aromatique, artistique, asthmatique, astronomique, athlétique, atmosphérique, atomique, atypique, automatique, basique, bureaucratique, catholique, céramique, chaotique, caractéristique, charismatique, civique, classique, climatique, clinique, comique, cosmétique, cosmique, cubique, démagogique, démocratique, démographique, dermatologique, désertique, diabolique, diagnostique, diamétrique, didactique, dramatique, dramaturgique, dynamique, dynastique, écologique, économique, égocentrique, électrique, électronique, emblématique, empirique, encyclopédique, énigmatique, épidémique, épisodique, esthétique, éthique, ethnique, euphorique, évangélique, exotique, fabrique, fanatique, fantastique, fatidique, folklorique, frénétique, gastronomique, générique, génétique, géographique. And that's it for the first list of 80 is quite much words ending with ik. Okay, if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. Then you can like me on Facebook. It's right here. Or if you want more material, then www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon R. And in this lesson, we'll see the second part of this almost identical words in English and in French. And we are talking about the words in English that will end with IC, like that. And in French, that's the reason why I said it was almost, because it's not totally identical, because we've got, in French, it will be with IQUE. Phonetically, it's the same, ik, okay, but we will write it like that. The first thing you should keep in mind is that, of course, the word must exist in French, and it's not the case all the time. And then, of course, we will have few exceptions or modifications possible. You will see that when I will read the words. Okay, so let's start now. Géologique, géométrique, gothique, graphique, gymnastique, héroïque, hiérarchique, historique, homéopathique,
humoristique, hydraulique, hygiénique, hypnotique, idéologique, idiomatique, idyllique, illogique, inorganique, ironique, italique, journalistique, juridique, lactique, linguistique, lithographique, logique, logistique, lyrique, magique, magnétique, magnifique, maléfique, mathématique, mécanique, mélodique, méthodique, mimique, minéralogique, musique, narcotique, neurologique, nordique, nostalgique, numérique, océanique, océanographique, oligarchique, ophtalmologique, optique, organique, orthopédique, panique, parodique, pédagogique, pédiatrique, philharmonique, philosophique, phonétique, photogénique, photographique, physique, plastique, platonique, poétique, polémique, politique, pragmatique, problématique, prolifique, psychiatrique, psychologique, public, pudique, république, romantique, rubrique, scientifique, sociologique, statistique, symbolique, tactique, technique, technologique, téléphonique, thermique, touristique, toxique, toxicologique, tragique, tropique, typique, véridique, vocalique, volcanique, volcanologique, zoologique, zygomatique. And that's it for this list of almost identical words in English and in French. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you. Like me on Facebook if you want, facebook.com/imagier.net, and then the website is waiting for you. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon S. And in this lesson, we'll see identical words in English and in French. Sorry, I was somewhere else. And we'll talk in this lesson about the words ending in English with A, D, E. Okay? And of course, the first thing that we've got to keep in mind the word must exist in French, which is not the case for all the words ending with ad, okay? So that's the first thing. But then if they do exist, well, the meaning will be the same. Keep also in mind that we've got, of course, few exceptions or few modifications possible. And in most of the cases, but not all the cases, we'll see that they will be feminine, okay? So we can start right now. Oops. Une accolade, une arcade, une balade, une balustrade, une barricade, une brigade, une cascade, une charade, une chiffonnade, une escalade, une escapade, une esplanade, une façade, une fusillade,
une grenade, une grillade, une noyade, une orangeade, une palissade, une parade, une passade, un plantigrade, you've got an exception here, une promenade, un or une rétrograde, une sérénade, un stade, exception, une tirade, une torsade. And that's it for this list of words. And then if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. The Facebook page is online and it's waiting for your like. So that's the address. And then more material can be found here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon T. And in this lesson we'll work on identical words in English and in French, and especially the words that will end with UDE in English. Well, actually, they will be written the same way in French and the meaning will be the same, but the first rule that we've got to keep in mind is that, well, the word must exist in French, and it's not the case for all the UDE words in English. Okay, and then the other thing, well, few exceptions, of course, or modifications possible. We're talking about accents or about modification of letters, not that big, but still they can occur. And then the second thing is that in most of the cases, but not all the cases, we'll see that they will be feminine. Okay, so let's see them now. Une altitude, une amplitude, une aptitude, une attitude, une béatitude, une certitude, une décrépitude, une étude, une exactitude, une gratitude, une habitude, une inaptitude, une incertitude, une inexactitude, une ingratitude, une inquiétude, un interlude, so exception here, une lassitude, une latitude, une longitude, une multitude, une platitude, une plénitude, un prélude, second exception, une promptitude, une quiétude, une rectitude, rude, une servitude, une solitude. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. And then you can like me on Facebook if you want. The address is right here. The website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 12, leçon U. And in this lesson, we'll see together identical words in English and in French. And we're talking about the words ending with URE. So the good news is that they will be exactly the same, or almost, as usual when we're talking about French language. But the first thing that we've got to keep in mind is that, of course, the word must exist in French. It's not the case for all the words in English ending with URE, okay? And then, of course, keep in mind that we'll have few exceptions or modifications possible. We're talking about accents and different letters that could change, okay? But then let's see how it goes. Une agriculture, une allure, une apiculture, une aquaculture, une arboriculture, une architecture, une armature, une armure, une aviculture, une bordure, une brochure, une candidature, une capture, une caricature, une ceinture, une censure, une chaussure, une chevelure, une clôture, une coiffure, une confiture, une couture, une créature, une culture, une cure, une doublure, une facture, une figure, une fracture, une injure, une lecture, une manufacture, mature, une miniature, une nature, un or une pédicure, une posture, une procédure, pure, une rupture, une sculpture, une sépulture, une signature, une structure, une température, une texture, une torture, une viniculture, une viticulture. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagie is waiting for you. There is a Facebook page also, so if you want to go there and like me, I will be really happy. And then more material can be found right here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye.